we now know the women's final. You're going to be asking.
Ready. Play.
Well, we now know the women's final.
Ready. Play.
Alcaraz-Nori.
Play.
One last roll the dice on the forehand return from Novak Djokovic there. Shouldn't bother Sinner too much, but this is going to be his fourth match point because I forgot he had a couple of match points in the previous Djokovic service game.
Doesn't bother moving there.
No. 40-15.
Yeah.
See what you get on my screen. And first serve out wide. Djokovic scrambles it. He's out of court. Sinner just places the ball in court. Djokovic gives up. And Sinner is into the Wimbledon final. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the stat that I had in my head for the whole match. This will be the first Wimbledon final since 2017 not to feature Novak Djokovic. What a moment in Wimbledon history. The British fans will have, not someone new, at least one new person to take on Carlos Alcaraz in the final. They're very used to Carlos Alcaraz already. But this might be, the beginning of end has been sort of when has that started? It's probably already started. But yeah, we'll come to you first, Damien. How would you summarize? I appreciate you've only watched the third set, but how would you summarize what you've seen today?
Honestly, it was not a match. I mean, Novak was clearly bothered by that hip/thigh issue, perhaps from that fall against Koboli, perhaps something different. I don't know. We will probably know soon when he has his press conference and everything. But yeah, he needs absolutely everything right now to combat Sinner Alcaraz. He just needs like all the potential percentages. And moving like this, it just wasn't possible. Even when he went up 3-love in the third set, I mean, we very clearly saw that once Jannik just gets slightly calmer again, just basically gets back into his range, starts pushing Novak around the court once more. It's tough. The lateral movement is just nowhere near where it has to be. We basically saw some sort of like half tanking later on from Novak as well, who was, just clearly trying to end points early. Had that whole game of like pretty much kamikaze net rushing, and yeah, he just wasn't fit enough to compete with somebody like that today. If this was another opponent on the other side of the net, maybe we'd be watching a fifth set right now and just, I don't know, a completely wild match where you can see that Novak isn't at his best, but he's serving incredibly well and he's surviving somehow, but not against Sinner.
Yeah, no real chance of that. Vance, do you have anything to add to that? I think you've kind of been saying something similar over the course of watching this match.
Yeah, for Djokovic to have any chance today, he had to be like 100% fit. And so being 85% fit, or whatever the percentage is, against a guy who, is on average hitting the ball 5 to 10 miles per hour faster than you off both wings and moving better than you, it's just going to be really, really difficult for Djokovic to win those kind of neutral rally exchanges or even get the first strike in when, he's just being forced into the corners and not quite able to recover his position for most of the match. So, he definitely did try a few things. He definitely tried like just gambling on a few returns when he was stretched out, just going big on forehand returns down the middle. I think that was something he tried to do that actually helped him get the break. But it just didn't feel like it was sustainable. And Djokovic is not used to playing that kind of brand of tennis over the course of 2 or 3, 4 sets against his biggest rivals when he's in this kind of a physical state. It's just too difficult to expect. Obviously, Sinner was pretty good. He took care of his business, but at this point, he played the kind of tennis he's been playing for the last year and a half, just ruthless, consistent, high margin baseline tennis, and great serving, and it was good enough. And Djokovic is still good enough to continually reach major semifinals, but now this is becoming a repeated pattern for him, where he's finding himself, whether it's a fall or it's a thigh issue or it's last year at Wimbledon coming off of the meniscus tear, like things like this, it just sort of catches up to him. And then later rounds in tournaments, you can see, even in Australia, he had that, he had one of his best wins against Alcaraz, but then he had nothing left really. And so I think that's kind of the pattern. Is how long is Novak going to be able to keep doing this to himself in terms of his body and sort of his motivation to keep on striving for that fifth slam? because you can look at it both ways. So it'll be interesting to see, what his thoughts are after the match.
Yeah, I think that press conference is going to be there's going to be a lot of things paying attention to what he says there. And yeah, for him being in this physical state, as you say, this was the worst opponent he could have faced, especially someone who is so powerful off the ground, able to just strike the ball so well. And I will say this about Jannik Sinner: he served incredibly well. He didn't hold back on trying to serve aces, on going as big as possible, especially for the first couple of sets. Maybe dipped a little bit in the beginning of the third. But I do have to say that this match and the previous match, to me, Jannik Sinner, particularly on serve, has been absolutely brutal. I don't know if that's something that you, Damien, would sort of agree with.
I mean, I don't think this match today kind of. I don't think it should be looked at it through this lens. Against Shelton, it's probably way more important that simply like the quality of their returns and their baseline games are very, very different. On serve, they can kind of match each other, but everything else, I mean, it just makes the margins, the slim margins on grass, go into Jannik's favor. Today, I mean, yeah, sure, Jannik has been serving extremely well for the past 2 years or so, but today he just had an unfit opponent who was not able to compete with that. If he served 2% worse today, I don't think the outcome changes almost at all.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Play.
Okay, let's start looking ahead then to that final that we've now set up. It's the third big tournament in a row: Rome, Roland Garros, and now Wimbledon, with an Alcaraz-Sinner final. And yeah, Vanch, let's discuss where do we see Sinner at going into this final, because he still can't beat Carlos, and this does feel like he's going into Carlos's backyard, maybe more so than Roland Garros.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they just played like an absolute epic, one of the best matches of all time. And then, now, coming into this Wimbledon final, obviously there were a few questions about Jannik, in the fourth round against Dimitrov, and where his physical state was that. I think he's answered those questions, and he looks in great shape. He looks well rested. He looks ready for another great battle, and I think it's going to be another really awesome final. I think, it's come what we expect from these two. Every time they play each other, it's come down to really slim margins. Carlos has won the last 5, and he's been just on another level on the really big points in the tie breaks. And obviously, what I'm curious to see is how much of what we saw at RG is going to be applicable here, or it's just totally different on grass. When it comes to, is Sinner going to be able to get the first strike in on return and hurt Carlos more when he's done hitting his spots? And is Alcaraz going to continue to serve as great as he has? Is Sinner going to be able to keep his first serve percentage really high in those big spots in the tie breaks, which he actually hasn't managed to do that well. He hasn't managed to serve over 60% in most of their last 5 matches. So I'm curious about those from an X's and O's standpoint, what the serve and return dynamic looks like, and how. Because, I mean, when they played each other 3 years ago, then Carlos could not move as well as they could on grass at that point. So he just looked rushed the whole time for 4 sets. But this obviously is just going to be much more evenly matched, and I think we're in for a really good one. I obviously would give a slight edge to Carlos just based on the win streak that he's on, just based on how comfortable he looks moving on the surface, and just kind of the intangibles and extra variety and his 5-set record, and just you can point to so many things. But it should be an absolute other epic.
Damien, anything you want to add to that? Those sort of the dynamics you're expecting to see in this final?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think it will be as good as at Roland Garros, but we were longing to get this matchup in a slam for a while, and now we get 2 in a row. They're obviously far and above among anyone else on the tour. Jannik arrives a little untested, I would say. He had one opponent who was really pushing him, and that opponent just got injured in the first set. It wasn't like Jannik was finding some incredible response there. He also had this really haunting loss against Carlos in Roland Garros, obviously. I don't know if maybe that comes into play at some point. Nonetheless, I actually like his chances on grass a little bit more than I did on clay. He had just that velocity that he plays with on both wings. The serve seemingly should help him out a little. I don't know. I think all the factors that Vansh mentioned, they are definitely kind of more pointing towards Carlos, but I also kind of never can forget that, the Roland Garros final, it was just back and forth. Jannik could have won it in 5 different moments. It's not like we can say with full confidence that this time, no, I mean, clearly Carlos is going to win because he's got this mental edge built up. We will have to see how he deals with that. It's also 9-4 instead of 8-4. But yeah, I mean, obviously he's had a very good run against Jannik. Does that help? Maybe it hurts Jannik more than it helps Carlos, I think, to kind of be calm in that match. But we've also seen Alcaraz arrive in the Sinner matchup so many times right now with a very different focus, intensity than against other opponents. He knows that he cannot afford to be, have these dips and just kind of mess around. He knows that he has to be on it from the get-go. So he's done that, but obviously every single streak will end at some point. I think that might be it. But I do kind of wonder about Jannik simply because, he was tested by one opponent, and that opponent did not go away. He didn't make that opponent go away. He just literally, the opponent got injured, and that's why he's still in the tournament. But it is a fantastic match for sure. It is the matchup that for the last, honestly, the second week of Wimbledon has been pretty awful. It's just been skip to the finals, because we all knew that this was going to be probably since Dimitrov retired. Sinner and Alcaraz, we pretty much knew what was going to happen and who was going to be in Sunday's final. The matches weren't even that interesting. So hopefully there's that big payoff like it was at Roland Garros. I don't think it can be as good, but needless to say, these are the best 2 players in the world right now. This is the biggest matchup in the world right now, and anytime we get it, it's a big win for tennis.
I mean, look, anytime we have an epic between a couple of players, the follow-up is never as exciting. If you look at Borg McEnroe, they had a 5-setter in 1980 at Wimbledon and then the US Open. And the US Open one is not talked about as much. I mentioned Graf Selash, that was a complete opposite of competitive in the follow-up at the Wimbledon. And then if you think about Nadal Federer, after Wimbledon 2008, I think their next match was 2009 Australian Open. And again, very good match, did not live up to the standard of Wimbledon 2008. I think that's probably what we're going to see here. I think it will be a good match. That back and forth that we see, those momentum shifts we see in an Alcaraz and Sinner match, those have always happened every time they've played. Even that Rome final they played, that first set was real back and forth. It was only the second set that was a little bit of a letdown. But other than that, yeah, I think they just sort of keep swapping sets whenever they play. And I am expecting more of that. But yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think we should go and expecting another sort of crazy exchange of breaks, final set tiebreak in the fifth again. That's not. You're inevitably going to be disappointed, but I think it will be a really exciting match, and it's tough to call. It is on Alcaraz at the moment. This is his backyard. He's barely losing on grass. He's going for a third consecutive Wimbledon. But Sinner is the last person to beat him at Wimbledon, albeit they weren't quite the same players back then. That might be Sinner's last winner. Do you want to confirm on that, Vance or Damien, if that was the last time Sinner beat Alcaraz? Was Miami 23? No, Umag.
It was
Right.
Beijing 2023.
No,
Beijing
I mean
23.
there was Beijing as well. Umag would have been 22.
Yeah, wrong year.
Yeah, so basically, since Sinner has become Sinner, he hasn't managed to get over the line against Carlos, win the final point.
I do like what you were saying, though, Vance, about grass, because I'm surprised that Sinner's not been more successful on grass than he has. Obviously, he has won that title in Halle now last year. Because the velocity that he has off both wings is pretty strong. On there, he keeps things fairly flat and low. Carlos's variety maybe works a bit better on grass because he can do the same thing. He can use it to his advantage. I think we're in for a thriller, but I think with the way the matchup's going, with the surface, you do have to favour Carlos on paper right now. But I definitely think Sinner takes at least one set. I mean, Vance, do you want to? How are you seeing this one going? Do you want to put sort of a prediction out there?
I mean, I definitely, I'm not going to say it's going to be a repeat of the RG final in terms of just how unbelievably high quality and how dramatic that was. It's just going to be unfair to put that expectation on these two every time they play. But I do think just how evenly matched sometimes they are off the ground, and just how there's not that much separating them when they're both playing well at the same time. I do think we'll have a patch of that in this match, and that'll just be really, really high quality. I would expect it to probably go the distance again. I think I'm going to say 5 sets again. I'll probably go Alcaraz in 5.
Damien?
Honestly, gut feeling, Jannik is going to be very hard to handle for Carlos.
Oh.
But I'm like logic would kind of suggest that Alcaraz again just has the intangibles, has the slightly more versatile skill set. In fact, not slightly. Obviously has the mental edge as well. But yeah, all streaks come to an end. We will see Jannik beat Carlos Alcaraz in the future. I'm pretty sure about that. It will probably be quite soon as well. I mean, we will probably see Carlos Alcaraz lose his winning streak as well very soon. And yeah, I mean, I am expecting this to be another massive challenge, massive hill to climb for Alcaraz if he's going to claim another title. But is he the favorite? I mean, marginally.
He is definitely marginally the favourite, and that's why I'm also going to agree with Vanch and say Carlos in 5. I definitely think that it's going to be a massive treat for anyone watching this Wimbledon final coming up, and you're going to see some ball striking like we have just like at an incredible level, and I think everyone should be looking forward to this. Have played at Wimbledon before, but as I said, like that was pre either of them really coming into their own. Before either of them were Grand Slam champions. So, yeah, we'll see how that one how that one goes. I'm pretty excited for that. Do you? I think it looks like they're pretty locked in as well. Like Sinner's locked in since the Grigor scare. Carlos, he is dropping sets, but I don't think he's losing to. It was because he was losing sets to opponents who were playing pretty well, also kind of steal some sets. So, yeah, I guess we'll find out. Any final thoughts on this match, or the match just with Djokovic, or the match that we've got look forward to with the final, Damien?
Yeah, in terms of unreal ball striking, I think it's also important to mention that Sia and Ostapenko are almost into a Wimbledon final, but now
Ready?
yeah, in terms of unreal ball striking, I think it's also important to mention that Sia and Ostapenko are almost into a Wimbledon final, but now, yeah, I mean, Alcaraz and Sinner, in terms of the final, I don't know if there's much more to say. Carlos obviously has been dropping sets a lot more and kind of maybe looking a little bit more shaky round to round, but that we know that this is fine for him. He did the same at Roland Garros. I just hope it's not like a massive disappointment compared to Roland Garros final, because it's obviously such a tough one to just match that. I think that it cannot be this good. If it is going to be the best match of all time again, then so be it. But it's still basically the ending to the tournament that everybody was hoping for, that I'm sure the organizers also had in mind. And this being the last match of the championships in 2025, it just really couldn't be any better. I will probably be watching the Challenger finals, but I promise I will be keeping an eye on this as well.
Vanch, I'm going to leave the last word to you. Final thoughts going into this?
No, I mean, this would be three Wimbledon titles in a row for Carlos. Of course, he would also be going for back-to-back natural surface slams, and back-to-back channel doubles.
I don't think.
Yeah, which, I mean, last year he was already the youngest ever, because he did it younger than Bjorn Borg, and now he'll be the youngest ever to do 2, I guess. He'd also have 6 slams already. Like, there's just a lot on the line historically, which Carlos will probably have to try to just forget about, because he's at a 24 match win streak. Obviously, he's trying to go for even more, and he's just been on a roll really since Monte Carlo, and I believe it's 33-1 now since the start of Monte Carlo, and 24 in a row since the start of Rome. So obviously he's just riding this incredible wave, and he's winning this would just put him in such great position to also probably finish the year number 1 or be pretty ahead in that race. So there's all those things obviously statistically and narrative wise, and for Sinner to get a win here would also be really massive. Then he would also be just one Roland Garros away from the career slam, and he would be 2 in a row against Alcaraz at Wimbledon, and so I guess it's also massive from that standpoint. But at some point, like Damien said, they're just so close and level, and Jannik is just way too good for Carlos to keep on beating him every single time. So it's going to be massively difficult in the final, and like that Roland Garros final could have easily been straight sets for Sinner, 4 sets for Sinner, 5 sets for Sinner. Yeah. So it'll be fascinating to see if some of that comes into play again. Really big points. We can see Carlos pull off that kind of magic, or if we see Sinner really just stand up to him and shut the door. From that standpoint, it should be absolutely epic.
I think that's what we should dwell on. It should be an absolute epic on Sunday. And if you're not excited by it, I don't know what will excite you. So we'll wrap that up there. We will be doing watch-alongs for both singles finals. Ghosty's getting me excited to go and watch women's doubles semi-finals happening right now. But yeah, we're going to be...
Who says we've been missing it, by the way, Ghosty? I am watching
it. So we've got watch-alongs happening for both. Women's final tomorrow, which will be 4 p.m. GMT, sort of 11 a.m. Eastern time. Same time for the men's final, when the players will be walking out on court. So if you want to enjoy the action with us, please tune in. And we look forward to having you along for what should be an absolutely brilliant ride.
Play.
Okay, let's start looking ahead then to that final that we've now set up. It's the 3rd big tournament in a row, Rome, Roland Garros, and now Wimbledon, with an Alcaraz-Sinner final. And yeah, Vanch, let's discuss where do we see Sinner at going into this final? Because he still can't beat Carlos, and this does feel like he's going into Carlos's backyard. Maybe more so than Roland Garros.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, obviously there were a few questions about Jannik, in the 4th round against Dimitrov, and where his physical state was that. I think he's answered those questions, and he looks in great shape. He looks well rested. He looks ready for another great battle, and I think it's going to be another really awesome final. I think, it's what we expect from these two. Every time they play each other, it's basically come down to really slim margins. Carlos has won the last 5, and he's been just on another level on the really big points in the tie breaks. And obviously, what I'm curious to see is how much of what we saw at RG is going to be applicable here, or it's just totally different on grass. When it comes to, is Sinner going to be able to get the first strike in on return and hurt Carlos more when he's not hitting his spots? And is Alcaraz going to continue to serve as great as he has? Is Sinner going to be able to keep his first serve percentage really high in those big spots in the tie breaks, which he actually hasn't managed to do that well. He hasn't managed to serve over 60% in most of their last 5 matches. So I'm curious about those from an X's and O's standpoint, what the serve and return dynamic looks like, and how, because I mean, when they played each other 3 years ago, then Carlos could not move as well as they could on grass at that point. So he just looked rushed the whole time for 4 sets. But this obviously is just going to be much more evenly matched. And I think we're in for a really good one. I obviously would give a slight edge to Carlos, just based on the win streak that he's on, just based on how comfortable he looks moving on the surface, and just kind of the intangibles and extra variety and his 5-set record, and just you can point to so many things. But it should be an absolute other epic.
Damien, anything you want to add to that? Those sort of the dynamics you're expecting to see in this final?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think it will be as good as at Roland Garros, but we were longing to get this matchup in a slam for a while, and now we get 2 in a row. They're obviously far and above among anyone else on the tour. Jannik arrives a little untested, I would say. He had one opponent who was really pushing him, and that opponent just got injured in the first set. It wasn't like Jannik was finding some incredible response there. He also had this really haunting loss against Carlos at Roland Garros, obviously. I don't know if maybe that comes into play at some point. Nonetheless, I actually like his chances on grass a little bit more than I did on clay. He had just that velocity that he plays with on both wings. The serve seemingly should help him out a little. I don't know. I think all the factors that Vansh mentioned, they are definitely kind of more pointing towards Carlos, but I also kind of like never can forget that, well, the Roland Garros final, it was just back and forth. Jannik could have won it in like 5 different moments. It's not like we can say with full confidence that this time, no, I mean, clearly Carlos is going to win because he's got this mental edge built up. We will have to see how he deals with that. It's also 9-4 instead of 8-4. But yeah, I mean, obviously he's had a very good run against Jannik. Does that help? Maybe it hurts Jannik more than it helps Carlos, I think, to kind of like be calm in that match. But we've also seen Alcaraz arrive in the Sinner matchup so many times right now with like a very different focus, intensity than against other opponents. He knows that he cannot afford to be, have these dips and just kind of mess around. He knows that he has to be on it from the get-go. So he's done that, but obviously every single streak will end at some point. I think that might be it. But I do kind of wonder about Jannik simply because, yeah, he was tested by one opponent and that opponent did not go away. He didn't make that opponent go away. He just literally, the opponent got injured, and that's why he's still in the tournament. But it is a fantastic match for sure. It is the matchup that for the honestly, the second week of Wimbledon has been pretty awful. It's just been, skip to the finals. Because we all knew that this was going to be probably since Dimitrov retired, Sinner and Alcaraz, we pretty much knew what was going to happen and who was going to be in Sunday's final. The matches weren't even that interesting. So hopefully there's that big payoff like it was at Roland Garros. I don't think it can be as good, but needless to say, these are the best 2 players in the world right now. This is the biggest matchup in the world right now. And anytime we get it, it's a big win for tennis.
I mean, look, anytime we have an epic between a couple of players, the follow-up is never as exciting. If you look at Borg-McEnroe, they had a 5-setter in 1980 at Wimbledon and then the US Open, and the US Open one is not talked about as much. I mentioned Graf Selesh, that was a complete opposite of competitive in the follow-up at the Wimbledon. And then if you think about Nadal Federer, after Wimbledon 2008, I think their next match was 2009 Australian Open. And again, very good match, did not live up to the standard of Wimbledon 2008. I think that's probably what we're going to see here. I think it will be a good match. That back and forth that we see, those momentum shifts we see in an Alcaraz and Sinner match, those have always happened every time they've played. Even that Rome final they played, that first set was real back and forth. It was only the second set that was a little bit of a letdown. But other than that, yeah, I think they just sort of keep swapping sets whenever they play. And I am expecting more of that. But yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think we should go in expecting another sort of crazy exchange of breaks, final set tie break in the 5th again. That's not... you're inevitably going to be disappointed, but I think it will be a really exciting match, and it's tough to call. It is on Alcaraz at the moment, and this is his backyard. He's barely losing on grass. He's going for a 3rd consecutive Wimbledon, but Sinner is the last person to beat him at Wimbledon, albeit they weren't quite the same players back then. that might be Sinner's last winner. Do you want to confirm on that, Vanch or Damien, if that was the last time Sinner beat Alcaraz? Was Miami 23? No, Umag.
It was
Right.
Beijing 2023.
No,
Beijing
I mean
23.
there was Beijing as well. Umag would have been 22.
Yeah, wrong year.
Yeah, so basically, since Sinner has become Sinner, he hasn't managed to get over the line against Carlos, or like win the final point.
I do like what you were saying, though, Vanch, about grass, because, I'm surprised that Sinner's not been more successful on grass than he has. Obviously, he has won that title in Halle now last year, because, the velocity that he has off both wings is pretty strong. On there, like, he keeps things fairly flat and low. Carlos's variety maybe works a bit better on grass because he can do the same thing. He can use it to his advantage. I think we're in for a thriller, but I think with the way the matchup's going, with the surface, you do have to favour Carlos on paper right now. But I definitely think Sinner takes at least one set. I mean, Vanch, do you want to? How are you seeing this one going? Do you want to put sort of a prediction out there?
I definitely, I'm not going to say it's going to be like a repeat of the RG final in terms of just how unbelievably high quality and how dramatic that was. Like, it's just going to be unfair to put that expectation on these two every time they play. But I do think just how evenly matched sometimes they are off the ground, and just how there's not that much separating them when they're both playing well at the same time. I do think we'll have a patch of that in this match, and that'll just be really, really high quality. I would expect it to probably go the distance again. I think I'm going to say 5 sets again. I'll probably go Alcaraz in 5.
Damien?
Honestly, gut feeling, Jannik is going to be very hard to handle for Carlos.
Oh.
But I'm like logic would kind of suggest that Alcaraz again just has the intangibles, has the slightly more versatile skill set. In fact, not slightly. Obviously has the mental edge as well. But yeah, all streaks come to an end. We will see Jannik beat Carlos Alcaraz in the future. I'm pretty sure about that. It will probably be quite soon as well. I mean, we'll probably see Carlos Alcaraz lose his winning streak as well very soon. And I am expecting this to be another massive, massive challenge, massive hill to climb for Alcaraz if he's going to claim another title. But is he the favorite? I mean, marginally.
He is definitely marginally the favourite. And that's why I'm also going to agree with the Vanch and say Carlos in 5. I definitely think that it's going to be a massive treat for anyone watching this Wimbledon final coming up. And you're going to see some ball striking like we have just like at an incredible level. And I think everyone should be looking forward to this. Have played at Wimbledon before, but as I said, like that was pre either of them really coming into their own. Before either of them were Grand Slam champions. So, we'll see how that one how that one goes. I'm pretty excited for that. Do you? I think it looks like they're pretty locked in as well. Like Sinner's locked in since the Grigor scare. Carlos, he is dropping sets, but I don't think he's losing to. It was because he was losing sets to opponents who were playing pretty well to kind of steal some sets. So, I guess we'll find out. Any final thoughts on this match or the match we just had with Djokovic, or the match that we've got look forward to with the final, Damien?
In terms of unreal ball striking, I think it's also important to mention that Sia and Ostapenko are almost into a Wimbledon final. But no, Alcaraz and Sinner in terms of the final, I don't know if there's much more to say. Carlos obviously has been dropping sets a lot more and kind of maybe looking a little bit more shaky round to round, but that we know that this is fine for him. He did the same at Roland Garros. I just hope it's not like a massive disappointment compared to the Roland Garros final, because it's obviously such a tough one to just match that. I think that it cannot be this good. If it is going to be the best match of all time again, then so be it. But it's still basically the ending to the tournament that everybody was hoping for, that I'm sure the organizers also had in mind. And this being the last match of the championships in 2025, it just really couldn't be any better. I will probably be watching the Challenger finals, but I promise I will be keeping an eye on this as well.
Vanch, I'm going to leave the last word to you. Final thoughts going into this.
This would be three Wimbledon titles in a row for Carlos. Of course, he would also be going for back-to-back natural surface slams, and back-to-back channel doubles.
I don't think.
Yeah, which, last year he was already the youngest ever, because he did it younger than Bjorn Borg, and now he'll be the youngest ever to do 2, I guess. He'd also have 6 slams already. Like, there's just a lot on the line historically, which Carlos will probably have to try to just forget about, because he's at a 24-match win streak. Obviously, he's trying to go for even more, and he's just been on a roll really since Monte Carlo, and I believe it's 33-1 now since the start of Monte Carlo, and 24 in a row since the start of Rome. So obviously he's just riding this incredible wave, and he's winning this would just put him in such great position to also probably finish the year number 1 or be pretty ahead in that race. So there's all those things, obviously, statistically and narrative wise, and for Sinner to get a win here would also be really massive. Then he would also be just one Roland Garros away from the career slam, and he would be 2 in a row against Alcaraz at Wimbledon. And so I guess it's also massive from that standpoint. But at some point, like Damien said, they're just so close at level, and Jannik is just way too good for Carlos to keep on beating him every single time. So he's going to be massively difficult in the final. And like that Roland Garros final could have easily been straight sets for Sinner, 4 sets for Sinner, 5 sets for Sinner. So it'll be fascinating to see if some of that comes into play again. Really big points. We can see Carlos pull off that kind of magic, or if we see Sinner really just stand up to him and shut the door. From that standpoint, it should be absolutely epic.
I think that's what we should dwell on. It should be an absolute epic on Sunday. And if you're not excited by it, I don't know what will excite you. So we'll wrap that up there. We will be doing watch-alongs for both singles finals. Ghosty's getting me excited to go and watch women's doubles semi-finals happening right now. But yeah, we're going to be...
Who says we've been missing it, by the way, Ghosty? I am watching
it. So we've got watch-alongs happening for both. Women's final tomorrow, which will be 4 p.m. GMT, sort of 11 a.m. Eastern time. Same time for the men's final, when the players will be walking out on court. So if you want to enjoy the action with us, please tune in. And we look forward to having you along for what should be an absolutely brilliant ride.
Alcaraz versus Sinner in the final of Wimbledon. I do think that Carlos may end up winning on Sunday. Sinner will put up a tough fight, but I think it will be very similar to what happened in the French Open final. Considering the slight injury that Sinner has been carrying, we do not know the extent of which, and also how Djokovic could not really give the tough fight that we were hoping for him to give to Sinner in this match. I do feel that Taylor made Carlos a little more prepared for the final, and for that reason I am rooting for Carlos in the final.
Okay, so Jannik Sinner against Carlos Alcaraz. What a surprising final at Wimbledon. It's a rematch of the French Open final, and yeah, we know Carlos has been very successful in this matchup lately, but many of these matches have been very tight. So both myself and actually also people and media in Italy think this can be another great match. Alcaraz, 2-time Wimbledon champion, Sinner first time into the final, last player to defeat Carlos at Wimbledon. I think it's gonna be another great battle, and actually I probably think we can have another 5-setter, and I don't know, probably this time the result gonna be reversed. compared to the French Open final. I don't know, I'm kind of sensing that because of what I've watched in terms of the ball striking and the ability to take the ball early by Sinner against Shelton and Djokovic. So probably I'm leaning to that result, but of course anything can happen. We know how good Carlos is at Wimbledon, and you know, both are playing for some historical feat. First Wimbledon champion from Italy, Sinner, Alcaraz to win his third Wimbledon in a row, so it's gonna be lots of fun.
All right, guys, it's Brenner here from the Tennis Hall of Fame in Newport, Rhode Island. I'm going to be taking Carlos Alcaraz to complete the three-peat at Wimbledon. He takes down Jannik Sinner, and I'm going to go 4 sets. I think there should be some tight sets in there, but I think overall Carlos has the edge with the feeling on the surface. I think he has the edge mentally coming into this battle, and I think if there is any injury concerns for Sinner, I think Alcaraz has the ability to expose them. So yeah, Alcaraz completes the three-peat in 4 sets.
I'm going to say something controversial. I'm going to say something some might call brave. I think the guy that won the last 2 Wimbledons is going to also win this year. Alcaraz in 4. No one can stop the young Spaniard on this surface. Not today, not yesterday, and not tomorrow. Sinner is playing unbelievable tennis. He absolutely cooked Djokovic in a way that was pretty sad to see, honestly, as somebody who's been a longtime fan of the Joker. But Alcaraz is simply too good. He has the magic. Sinner plays apex stock tennis. Alcaraz has something that you simply cannot teach, and he's gonna get it done.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Play.
Okay, let's start looking ahead then to that final that we've now set up. It's the 3rd big tournament in a row: Rome, Roland Garros, and now Wimbledon, with an Alcaraz-Sinner final. And yeah, Vanch, let's discuss how Where do we see Sinner at going into this final? Because he still can't beat Carlos, and this does feel like he's going into Carlos's backyard, maybe more so than Roland Garros.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they just played like an absolute epic, one of the best matches of all time. And then, now, coming into this Wimbledon final, obviously there were a few questions about Jannik, in the fourth round against Dimitrov, and where his physical state was that. I think he's answered those questions, and he looks in great shape. He looks well rested. He looks ready for another great battle, and I think it's going to be another really awesome final. I think, it's come what we expect from these two. Every time they play each other, it's basically come down to really slim margins. Carlos has won the last 5, and he's been just on another level on the really big points in the tie breaks. And obviously, what I'm curious to see is how much of what we saw at RG is going to be applicable here, or it's just totally different on grass. When it comes to, is Sinner going to be able to get the first strike in on return and hurt Carlos more when he's not hitting his spots? And is Alcaraz going to continue to serve as great as he has? Is Sinner going to be able to keep his first serve percentage really high in those big spots in the tie breaks, which he actually hasn't managed to do that well. He hasn't managed to serve over 60% in most of their last 5 matches. So I'm curious about those from an X's and O's standpoint, what the serve and return dynamic looks like, and how. Because, I mean, when they played each other 3 years ago, then Carlos could not move as well as they could on grass at that point. So he just looked rushed the whole time for 4 sets. But this obviously is just going to be much more evenly matched. And I think we're in for a really good one. I obviously would give a slight edge to Carlos just based on the win streak that he's on, just based on how comfortable he looks moving on the surface and just kind of the intangibles and extra variety and his 5-set record, and just you can point to so many things. But it should be an absolute other epic.
Damien, anything you want to add to that? Those are the dynamics you're expecting to see in this final?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think it will be as good as at Roland Garros, but, we were longing to get this matchup in a slam for a while, and now we get 2 in a row. They're obviously far and above among, anyone else on the tour. Jannik arrives a little untested, I would say. He had one opponent who was really pushing him, and that opponent just got injured in the first set. It wasn't like Jannik was finding some incredible response there. He also had this really haunting loss against Carlos at Roland Garros, obviously. I don't know if maybe that comes into play at some point. Nonetheless, I actually like his chances on grass a little bit more than I did on clay. He had just that velocity that he plays with on both wings. The serve seemingly should help him out a little. I don't know. I think all the factors that Vansh mentioned, they are definitely kind of more pointing towards Carlos, but I also kind of never can forget that, the Roland Garros final, it was just back and forth. Jannik could have won it in 5 different moments. It's not like we can say with full confidence that this time, no. I mean, clearly Carlos is going to win because he's got this mental edge built up. We will have to see how he deals with that. It's also 9-4 instead of 8-4. But yeah, I mean, obviously he's had a very good run against Jannik. Does that help? Maybe it hurts Jannik more than it helps Carlos, I think, to kind of be calm in that match. But we've also seen Alcaraz arrive in the Sinner matchup so many times right now with a very different focus, intensity than against other opponents. He knows that he cannot afford to be, have these dips and just kind of mess around. He knows that he has to be on it from the get-go. So he's done that, but obviously every single streak will end at some point. I think that might be it. But I do kind of wonder about Jannik simply because, he was tested by one opponent, and that opponent did not go away. He didn't make that opponent go away. He just literally, the opponent got injured, and that's why he's still in the tournament. But it is a fantastic match for sure. It is the matchup that for the honestly, the second week of Wimbledon has been pretty awful. It's just been, skip to the finals. Because we all knew that this was going to be probably since Dimitrov retired, Sinner and Alcaraz, we pretty much knew what was going to happen and who was going to be in Sunday's final. The matches weren't even that interesting. So hopefully there's that big payoff like it was at Roland Garros. I don't think it can be as good, but needless to say, these are the best 2 players in the world right now. This is the biggest matchup in the world right now. And anytime we get it, it's a big win for tennis.
I mean, look, anytime we have an epic between a couple of players, the follow-up is never as exciting. If you look at Borg McEnroe, they had a 5-setter in 1980 at Wimbledon and then the US Open, and the US Open one is not talked about much. I mentioned Graf Selash, that was a complete opposite of competitive in the follow-up at the Wimbledon. And then if you think about Nadal Federer, after Wimbledon 2008, I think their next match was 2009 Australian Open. And again, very good match, did not live up to the standard of Wimbledon 2008. I think that's probably what we're going to see here. I think it will be a good match. That back and forth that we see, those momentum shifts we see in an Alcaraz and Sinner match, those have always happened every time they've played. Even that Rome final they played, that first set was real back and forth. It was only the second set that was a little bit of a letdown. But other than that, yeah, I think they just sort of keep swapping sets whenever they play. And I am expecting more of that. But yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think we should go in expecting another sort of crazy exchange of breaks, final set tie break in the fifth again. That's not... you're inevitably going to be disappointed, but I think it will be a really exciting match, and it's tough to call. It is on Alcaraz at the moment. This is his backyard. He's barely losing on grass. He's going for a third consecutive Wimbledon. But Sinner is the last person to beat him at Wimbledon, albeit they weren't quite the same players back then. That might be Sinner's last winner. Do you want to confirm on that, Vance or Damien, if that was the last time Sinner beat Alcaraz? Was Miami 23? No, Umag.
It was Beijing 2023.
No,
Beijing
I mean,
2023.
there was Beijing as well. Umag would have been 22.
Yeah, wrong year.
Yeah, so basically, since Sinner has become Sinner, he hasn't managed to get over the line against Carlos, win the final fight.
I do like what you were saying, though, Vance, about grass, because, yeah, I'm surprised that Sinner's not been more successful on grass than he has. Obviously, he has won that title in Halle now last year, because, yeah, the velocity that he has off both wings is pretty strong. On there, he keeps things fairly flat and low. Carlos's variety maybe works a bit better on grass because he can do the same thing. He can use it to his advantage. I think we're in for a thriller, but I think with the way the matchup's going, with the surface, you do have to favour Carlos on paper right now. But I definitely think Sinner takes at least one set. I mean, Vance, do you want to? How are you seeing this one going? Do you want to put sort of a prediction out there?
I mean, I definitely, I'm not going to say it's going to be like a repeat of the RG final in terms of just how unbelievably high quality and how dramatic that was. It's just going to be unfair to put that expectation on these two every time they play. But I do think just how evenly matched sometimes they are off the ground, and just how there's not that much separating them when they're both playing well at the same time. I do think we'll have a patch of that in this match, and that'll just be really, really high quality. I would expect it to probably go the distance again. I think I'm going to say 5 sets again. I'll probably go Alcaraz in 5.
Damien?
Honestly, gut feeling, Jannik is going to be very hard to handle for Carlos.
Oh.
But I'm logic would kind of suggest that Alcaraz, again, just has the intangibles, has the slightly more versatile skill set. In fact, not slightly. Obviously has the mental edge as well. But yeah, all streaks come to an end. We will see Jannik beat Carlos Alcaraz in the future. I'm pretty sure about that. It will probably be quite soon as well. I mean, we'll probably see Carlos Alcaraz lose his winning streak as well very soon. And I am expecting this to be another massive, massive challenge, massive hill to climb for Alcaraz if he's going to claim another title. But is he the favorite? I mean, marginally.
He is definitely marginally the favourite. And that's why I'm also going to agree with Vance and say Carlos in 5. I definitely think that it's going to be a massive treat for anyone watching this Wimbledon final coming up. And you're going to see some ball striking like we have just like at an incredible level. And I think everyone should be looking forward to this. Have played at Wimbledon before, but as I said, like that was pre either of them really coming into their own, before either of them were Grand Slam champions. So yeah, we'll see how that one goes. I'm pretty excited for that. Do you? I think it looks like they're pretty locked in as well. Like Sinner's locked in since the Grigor scare. Carlos, he is dropping sets, but I don't think he's losing to. It was because he was losing sets to opponents who were playing pretty well, so kind of steal some sets. So yeah, I guess we'll find out. Any final thoughts on this match, or the match we just had with Djokovic, or the match that we've got look forward to with the final, Damien?
Yeah, in terms of unreal ball striking, I think it's also important to mention that Sia and Ostapenko are almost into a Wimbledon final. But no, yeah, I mean, Alcaraz and Sinner in terms of the final, I don't know if there's much more to say. Carlos obviously has been dropping sets a lot more and kind of maybe looking a little bit more shaky round to round, but that we know that this is fine for him. He did the same at Roland Garros. I just hope it's not like a massive disappointment compared to Roland Garros final, because it's obviously such a tough one to just match that. I think that it cannot be this good. If it is going to be the best match of all time again, then, so be it. But it's still basically the ending to the tournament that everybody was hoping for, that I'm sure the organizers also had in mind. And, this being the last match of the championships in 2025, it just really couldn't be any better. I will probably be watching the Challenger finals, but I promise I will be keeping an eye on this as well.
Vanch, I'm going to leave the last word to you. Final thoughts going into this?
No, I mean, this would be three Wimbledon titles in a row for Carlos. Of course, he would also be going for back-to-back natural surface slams, and back-to-back channel doubles.
I don't think.
Yeah, which, I mean, last year he was already the youngest ever, because he did it younger than Bjorn Borg, and now he'll be the youngest ever to do 2, I guess. He'd also have 6 slams already. Like, there's just a lot on the line historically, which Carlos will probably have to try to just forget about, because he's at a 24-match win streak. Obviously, he's trying to go for even more, and he's just been on a roll really since Monte Carlo, and I believe it's 33-1 now since the start of Monte Carlo, and 24 in a row since the start of Rome. So obviously he's just riding this incredible wave, and he's, winning this would just put him in such great position to also probably finish the year number 1 or be pretty ahead in that race. So there's all those things, obviously statistically and narrative-wise, and for Sinner to get a win here would also be really massive. Then he would also be just one Roland Garros away from the career slam, and he would be 2 in a row against Alcaraz at Wimbledon, and so I guess it's also massive from that standpoint. But at some point, like Damien said, they're just so close at level, and Jannik is just way too good for Carlos to keep on beating him every single time. So it's going to be massively difficult in the final, and like that Roland Garros final could have easily been straight sets for Sinner, 4 sets for Sinner, 5 sets for Sinner. Yeah. So it'll be fascinating to see if some of that comes into play again. Really big points. We can see Carlos pull off that kind of magic, or if we see Sinner really just stand up to him and shut the door. From that standpoint, it should be absolutely epic.
I think that's what we should dwell on. It should be an absolute epic on Sunday. And if you're not excited by it, I don't know what will excite you. So we'll wrap that up there. We will be doing watch-alongs for both singles finals. Ghosty's getting me excited to go and watch women's doubles semi-finals happening right now. But yeah, we're going to be...
Who says we've been missing it by
11 a.m.
Alcaraz versus Sinner in the final of Wimbledon. I do think that Carlos may end up winning on Sunday. Sinner will put up a tough fight, but I think it will be very similar to what happened in the French Open final. Considering the slight injury that Sinner has been carrying, we do not know the extent of which, and also how Djokovic could not really give the tough fight that we were hoping for him to give to Sinner in this match. I do feel that Taylor made Carlos a little more prepared for the final, and for that reason I am rooting for Carlos in the final.
Okay, so Jannik Sinner against Carlos Alcaraz. What a surprising final at Wimbledon. It's a rematch of the French Open final, and yeah, we know Carlos has been very successful in this matchup lately, but many of these matches have been very, very, very tight. So both myself and actually also people and media in Italy think this can be another great match. Alcaraz, two-time Wimbledon champion, Sinner first time into the final, last player to defeat Carlos at Wimbledon. I think it's gonna be another great battle, and actually I probably think we can have another 5-setter, and I don't know, probably this time the result gonna be reversed compared to the French Open final. I don't know, I'm kind of sensing that because of what I've watched in terms of the ball striking and the ability to take the ball early by Sinner against Shelton and Djokovic. So
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jan Faria, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Yes.
Take one. Well done.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time.
Ready? Play.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, whatever time it is in the world and wherever you are tuning in from. It is men's singles day, final day, I should say, at Wimbledon. This time last year, I recall Djokovic struggling against Alcaraz. The year before, I recall that 5-set epic that those two same players had in arguably the best match of 2023. The best match of 2025, however, has undoubtedly been provided by these two players that we see on our screen. Carlos Alcaraz once more, and Jannik Sinner, who has just dropped the first game by putting that backhand long. So a good start for the reigning champion of both 23 and 24 as he holds serve. As I mop my brow. If it looks like I've just got out of the shower, by the way, it's because I have just got out of the shower. But you'll be pleased to know I am here ready to commentate on this match. Tough to really support any of these guys as they are still rivals of Novak, but just hoping for some good tennis. Kind of want Sinner to win because Carlos is winning too many slams for my liking, says Snehil. Jake. Well, at least Snehil's kind of not supporting anyone. I think that helps things somewhat. Predictions and predictions, but it's happening now. I've actually gone for Sinner in 4. I think that if there's one player that's going to run out a slightly easy winner, it's going to be Jannik Sinner. I think he's getting closer and closer to Carlos, having had that extended and enforced 3-month break, as we saw across Rome and then Paris. And let's not forget, he probably should have won that Paris final, perhaps also in 4 sets. And I just have a little bit more faith in him today. I know you could say, well, Alcaraz has never lost a slam final. And by the way, a lot of this is feeling, an eye test. But I just think that Jannik is ready to win a Wimbledon title. And I think also, though, if it goes 5, then I'll suddenly switch to the Alcaraz train. Particularly if it's like 2-1 to Jannik and Carlos wins the 4th set. But yeah, it looks like Snehil and I are on the same page for once regarding this. Do hit that like button, by the way. And of course, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Backhand into the net there from Jannik. So it's 15-all. Carlos has been the one to settle first, no doubt about that. He's held to love whilst Jannik is locked here at 15-all. Still early days, of course, but of course we have the invitation doubles happening right now. Martin Hingis is in action there on court number 1. Sinner's won the next point, by the way, after Carlos goes long with a forehand. The 3 experts, Barbara Schett, Michael Stich, and Andrea Petkovic, have all, that's the German experts, of course, have all gone with Sinner to win this match. I saw Jim Courier also backing Sinner, whilst Lindsay Davenport is backing Alcaraz. 40-15 Jannik Sinner, 2 game points now for the Italian to level things up here at the beginning of this encounter. I just think if it gets really tight, like 5 sets and tight, Carlos will have that extra bit of belief from winning all those 5-set matches. Remember, it's 15 from 16 5-setters that he's won, but also, of course, having won 2 against Jannik in the last 12 months or so, and obviously both at the French Open. But of course, Jannik does have their only meeting on grass went the way of Jannik Sinner. Forehand long there from Jannik, by the way, so 40-30. Remember to smash that like button, by the way. Good serve there from Sinner to hold for 1-all. I have no idea who that is with the glasses there. Maybe it's some Italian royalty of sorts. I don't know. I say of sorts, I mean from yesteryear, of course. Hi, Swifty. Please hit the like button and click subscribe. Carlos there taking the early risk with that one, and he's paid off 15-love.
15.
First Wimbledon final for this umpire, by the way. She has done, I think, the US Open in the past. In 2018, I'm going to say. Good serve from Carlos down the tee there.
13.
If you remember, by the way, we do have an interesting interview with Pippa, a player that's actually currently outside the top 1,000. But she was inside the top 1,000 when we interviewed her a few months ago. And she's talking about the PTPA. So click join, and you can watch that video among others. It will be available for all subscribers within the next 24 hours. But for now, it's for members only. So do check that out. But obviously, do check it out after this particular encounter. As Alcaraz here in a pretty good position here on serve, although it's now Jannik's chance to attack. Although I don't think he attacked well enough there, although there's an error on the forehand side from Carlos, so it's 40-15. Okay, 40-30 here now. Are you a Liverpool fan, Snehil? I didn't know that. Yes, she does very occasionally. She does bits and pieces. She's a big Rafa Nadal fan as well. And I think the last time she did a watch-along for us was the Nadal-Zverev match at the French Open last year. So that tells you how infrequent her appearances are. But from time to time, she does bits and pieces for us, yes. I was going to say, I thought you were a Man United fan, Snehil. But yes, she's a Liverpool fan, yeah. And I follow on Instagram as well and see her football-related content. Occasionally tennis and other sports, but primarily football. By the way, Ashley here is obviously a member, so she gets access to some of these extra videos and bonus content that we do give for our members. And you can become a member from as little as €2, $2, or £2 per month. The word join is written just below the screen. You can click on that. Or, of course, it's also pinned in the live chat. Jake here, pretty neutral, just wants a good final. I think a lot of people are feeling like that. I know Sinner obviously has his fans, and mostly, of course, from Italy. Alcaraz, likewise, in Spain and elsewhere. But I think if you said to a lot of people that had, let's say somebody who has a slight leaning for one of these two players, if you said that player wins in a boring match, or we have a fascinating, amazing final, but it ends up being a different results, say, to the one that you would like, a lot of people would actually just go for that amazing final. Talking of amazing Matthew is going to be commentating on the second set of this final. I'm just going to send him a link now. So Sinner here serving at 1-2. Second serve for Alcaraz to look at here. Puts that second serve return into the net. That will disappoint Carlos. Here's our live subscriber count. If you want to see the score on the screen, click subscribe now. And as soon as that goes to 622, I will replace it with a score. Jake, thank you. 40 love here, Sinner, by the way, 3 game points. And it's going to be a hold for Jannik Sinner as Carlos puts that forehand on. Very serve-dominated match thus far. illustrating not only Jannik's improvements on that side of his game over the last 18 months, but also, of course, Carlos Alcaraz has shown immense improvements, even just in the last few months, I would suggest, to his serve. Hit subscribe. That number goes up, and we get the score back on the screen. It is 2-2 right now, by the way, on serve. Ah, there we go. Second serve here for Sinner to look at. That one just went a few millimeters out. Good return there from Sinner. But now Alcaraz can open up the forehand, but it's not going to win the point. Excellent backhand there from Sinner. Sinner comes into the net. He's going to put that volley away for love 15. It's the first. I know it's only love 15, but it is the first sort of chink of light on someone's serve so far. Am I clutching at straws? Absolutely. Jannik goes big on the forehand, and it's 15 all. Juan Carlos, is that the King of Spain? Juan Carlos? Or is it Felipe? Felipe, maybe. Juan Carlos was his predecessor. I'm pretty sure she'll be watching somewhere, somehow. Be good to see if she joins the chat like she did yesterday. Second serve here. Oh, backhand down the line. Alcaraz. Shot of the match so far. (30-15). Second serve once again, though, for Sinner to look at. Everyone, their cameras out. Miss-hit return from Jannik goes long, 40-15. Of course, this final's starting a lot later than most Wimbledon finals. 4 p.m. local time. I think traditionally 2:30, I'm going to say, would be the sort of normal local time start. Maybe even 2 o'clock. Certainly no later than 3. Somebody in the live chat, maybe Jake, you might know. What is the traditional final? I think it's both the men's and the women's will start at the same time. Sinner on top here in this rally, and he puts that forehand winner away. No signs of any issues with his elbow. Really, in any of the last 2 matches, the dominant wins over Ben Shelton and Novak Djokovic. Just reminded of it as he hit that forehand winner with that sleeve on his arm. Yeah, 2 p.m. normally, yeah. I get it, to try and get... If your audience, if you've noticed over the years, you know, half of your audience is coming from the Americas, perhaps even more specifically the US. I do get it, but I prefer the slightly earlier start so I can enjoy my Sunday evening. Selfish, I know, but I get it. just surprised it's taken this many years to react. Okay, we're on to the rally here. Carlos on the defense, on the stretch, and does the splits, but seems to be okay. However, we have got to our first deuce of the match. Oh, we're going to have a break point after Carlos nets. So, second serve here, Jannik Sinner. Backhand return, makes it over the net. Forehand from Carlos into the backhand of Jannik Sinner. First blood, Jannik Sinner, as he breaks serve for 3-2. The first little sign of shakiness on either player's serve, and Jannik Sinner draws first blood in this men's Wimbledon final as he breaks serve and leads 3-2. Do let me know your thoughts in the live chat. Hey, Jane. Hey, Ghosty. Hey, Jake. Hey, Snarehill. Hi to anybody else who's also in the chat today. Hi, Leo. Well, good news if you're a Jannik Sinner fan. He's just broken serve. Krychek, I'm guessing you mean the fact that he's in the stadium, Jake, because he's not on this stream as far as I know. Hi to Swifty Stay. All of you, by the way, if you haven't already, please hit subscribe. Yes, indeed, Jake. How good has Brenna been this week, bringing us content from Newport? Fantastic. Also giving me some fuel for my Bill Ackman video that I did. Do check that out. Hi, Hulwen, by the way. Already watching, says Hulwen. That's Yannick's. Is that Yannick's father or Yannick's manager? Gerald here predicting Carlos in 5 sets.
15 left.
Might be his manager. I remember he's the guy who's laughing at Jannik trying to strike that golf ball off the tee. Harvey asking if we like Jannik. I mean, I don't really know him. That's all I can say. I say that. I mean, obviously, I don't know anyone on the tour. Even Jaime Faria, I don't really know. But, you know, you get an impression of some of these people when you meet them. But Jannik, I've only come across in press, like press conferences, and yeah, seems to be fine. I like what he did in the US Open last year in press. I wasn't there for that, but when he was getting asked some pretty awkward questions about the revelation of the drug test failure, and it was tried to be shut down in typical tennis authoritarian fashion. And yet he said, hang on, I'll take this, because he could see that there was outrage, and understandable amongst some members of a normally pretty compliant media. Happy Championship Sunday, Ashley. Ashley, of course, is a member. You can become a member and check out our latest video regarding the PTPA for members only, an interview with a lower-ranked Portuguese female player, Pippa. So do check that out. 30-15 here for Jannik Sinner, by the way, on his serve. Carlos on the forehand. He slips there. Is it going to be enough to help Jannik win the point? Not yet. And in fact, Sinner ends up erring on the backhand side. Not quite seen the fireworks thus far that we witnessed in Paris last month. As we see Seal watching on. I don't know if we'll be kissing from a rose today or not. Or flying like an eagle, perhaps. But maybe this match will end up driving us crazy. All right, no more Seal songs. Puns, ticked, done. Okay, are we going to see a first Carlos Alcaraz break point here? Chalk flying up there. Drop shot here from Sinner. It's going to help him win the point, I think. Yes, it is. An unusual tactic there for Sinner. He doesn't normally do those sort of, short balls, but it was just too good to be resisted, if you like. And it does help him win the point. Well done, John. What for the Seal songs? Almost 200 people watching on YouTube right now. Please hit that like button. We want to get to 100 likes on this video as soon as possible. And of course, if you haven't already done so, hit subscribe. And there we go, an unreturned serve. Sinner aces. Was it an ace or did Alcaraz get a touch on that? Well, doesn't really matter. It's immaterial because Jannik Sinner leads by 4 games to 2. Drive volley winner there from Alcaraz. That was reminiscent of the drive volley that Djokovic memorably missed in the 5th set. I think it's in the game when he gets broken, actually. He misses that drive volley into the net. That was a little bit easier than the one that Djokovic hit from a much greater height. Backhand return here from Jannik. Forehand from Carlos. Backhand down the line from Jannik. Cross court from Carlos. Nice cross court there from Jannik. And Carlos errs, putting that forehand long.
15.
I'm not sure we've even had a deuce yet on the Sinner serve, have we? $30-15 there. Carlos, the serve bot, delivering. Don't think I've ever been to a Wimbledon final. No, I haven't. No. Jamie, by the way, of this parish, Jamie Dubon, was at both the men's singles finals of 07 and 08. Good shot there down the middle of the court from Carlos, but hasn't won the point yet. Good defense here from Jannik. He's not going to be able to defend that, though. 40-15. Sinner errs and Alcaraz holds 4-3. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat on the match so far. 4-3 with a break for Jannik Sinner after 27 minutes. Is the roof closed, by the way? I only just realized that. I wonder if that's just helped Jannik a little bit, just speeding the court up a little bit as well. It's about Dimitrov, I think, Jake. And I'm not sure. I think Snehil is lamenting his absence, if you like, or the fact that he wasn't able to get over the line against Jannik Sinner. But I think both are on the same page. I think we all are. It was a real shame for Grigor. As we look at Henman Hill there. All those giddy fans. The roof surely isn't closed. Surely not. It's not raining, is it? No, it's open. It's open. Sorry. Revise that. Can we go back in time? Great to see the roof is open today, and wonder if that's giving Jannik a slight advantage as well. Go Carlos, says Trevor. Are you working tonight, Jake? No, there isn't at the moment, Snell, but in the past there has been a 250, isn't there, before the Australian Open in India? And isn't there going to be, maybe it's a WTA event later on this year? Yeah, he's still in Wales, Ghosty. Couldn't leave the old Wales boy. Oh. True, Jake, but still 7 p.m. You're probably going to need this done in 3 or 4, aren't you? Net called there in favour of Jannik. Interesting choice of shot there from Carlos. Oh, Carlos, stop it. Lovely touch at the net from the Spaniard. Oh, thanks, Trevor. Trevor, please do hit the like button if you haven't, and obviously subscribe to the channel if you're new. Oh, Carlos thought about coming to the net there. Not had a juice yet even on the Jannik serve, as he's looked pretty comfortable throughout. But Carlos is just slightly up in this rally, but I think he seeded that advantage, and maybe even it's... Oh, but that's a lovely cross-court shot there from Carlos Alcaraz. I mean, that's almost a forced error. Even though it was nicely onto the forehand, it came at such pace. 15-30. Thanks, Trevor. We have ATP Weekly coming up later on tonight with Jack and Damien. Oh, loose forehand from Jannik Sinner. And we have our first break points on the Jannik Sinner serve. Certainly not the levels yet that we saw in Paris, even in that first set. But it's been an intriguing affair thus far. Those of you that prefer the tones of Matthew, by the way, in terms of commentating, you'll be pleased to know that he'll be coming up for the second set of this match. Now, whether that's in 5 minutes or 25 minutes, or may well be decided in the next couple of minutes, actually, with these 2 break points. Second serve here for Carlos Alcaraz to look at. Backhand into the net, and it's a break for Carlos Alcaraz. It's 4-all. I was going to say deuce, but you get my idea. 4-all. Smiles from the King of Spain. I'm going to be coming back, Jake, because Matthew's only going to do a set. I might even just stay with him for one game. We'll see. Trevor's happy with that. I think Trevor predicted a Carlos win, right? Maybe in 4 sets. Someone here going for Alcaraz in straight sets, by the way. Jojo here saying, hello, Jake.
15 love.
So Alcaraz back on serve now. 15 love, he leads. Second serve here for Jannik to look at. Do let me know where in the live chat you're tuning in from. Oh, lovely forehand shape there across there from Jannik, getting that up and down over the net. 15 all. Double fault, Carlos Alcaraz, 15-30. Nice. We've got some Gerald here from Sierra Leone. Gerald, please hit the like button. And if you haven't already done so, please hit subscribe. 15-30 here on the Alcaraz serve. And it's going to be a second serve. We've had one break of serve for each player. Now a break, though, would feel decisive. Good second serve there from Carlos. Out wide. Doesn't kick up quite as much on the grass as it does, of course, on hard or clay, but that still had a nice kick to it. 30 all. Made it really difficult for Jannik on the backhand side. Oh, okay. Love the big foe. Carlos, that's nice. It was a serve +1, but not necessarily of the most orthodox of kinds. Do remember to tune in to ATP Weekly, which will be reviewing the men's tournament as a whole. Alcaraz, ace, chalk flying up. And he leads now on the scoreboard once more. 5-4. So it's now over to Jannik Sinner to serve to stay in this set. Sinner, of course, was leading 4-2. So it's 3 games in a row for Carlos. A hold, followed by a break, and then another hold. And now this first set, and even the match, has a slightly different complexion. Let's have a quick look to see what's going on Twitter. That's our subscriber count, by the way, as we get closer and closer to 19,000. I don't think we're going to get to 19,000 today, but I think we might well get to 18,700. That's a reasonable target, especially if this match goes 4 or 5 sets. And thank you for our latest subscriber. I see Pennington Jones winning his first challenger title today. This is obviously a tweet from Sinner from a couple of days ago. Oh, Gene, the big time Charlie, just popping in for the final. Jean, it would be great to see you more often. Your presence in the live chat is much appreciated. Oh, we just lost a subscriber. How about that? Maybe it's a Jannik Sinner fan who's upset about their charge losing their serve, sorry. And he's gone long there on the backhand side. So it's love 15 now. Love 15, ladies and gentlemen. Meaning Carlos Alcaraz is 3 points away from winning this first set. Okay, Sinner here serving, love 15. Big moments in this first set. Backhand return from Carlos. Is good depth on that one. Now it's Carlos again on the backhand side. Forehand from Jannik. Good depth there from Carlos. Lovely attacking play here from Jannik, putting him in charge of the rally. Had a chance to come into the net. Didn't take it. Now he's on the back foot. And Alcaraz has just missed that backhand. It was from a fairly neutral position. He went big as only Carlos can. And he misses by an inch. 3 centimeters maybe. 15 all. You get to love 30 and that's huge, but 15 all and Sinner can relax a little bit. Oh, cool. Good serve there from Sinner. Return into the net, 30-15. Ah, cool. Holiday time for Jean. 30-15 here. Sinner serving. Oh, Jannik putting that forehand drive volley long. 30 all. So, Carlos Alcaraz right now is 2 points away from winning the first set. There's Jannik Sinner's mother. We remember her from the French Open final, and we felt her pain. So, Sinner to serve here, 30 all. Out wide, chalk flying up, but actually that flew up because it went long. It was along the tram line there, but it didn't land in. So, second serve here, Carlos Alcaraz, 30 all. Body serve, not bad, but good depth on the return from Carlos. Drop shot, Carlos Alcaraz. Sinner slips and is not going to make it, but he puts his thumbs up to say he's okay. But when he gets up, he's going to have to save a set point. He's going to have to save a set point. He slips. Not sure he would have made that anyway. And it's set point for Carlos Alcaraz. Remember, please hit that like button. And if you haven't done so already, please hit subscribe. Okay. First serve goes into the net. Second serve, Carlos Alcaraz. Body serve, good body serve, deuce. Deuce. I mean, the ghosty, I don't think they can get any grippy unless you put studs in them, but then you're going to be much slower, aren't you? So the grippier the sneakers get, the slower you will be able to move and glide around the court. And by the way, they're not going to allow you to wear football boots on that pristine grass. Deuce. Second serve here. Double fault. Double fault. Another set point. inopportune, I think is the word. Seeing Carlos's parents there. Down the tee, first serve has been missed. Second serve, Carlos Alcaraz. Forehand return. Forehand from Jannik. Pretty big from Jannik, but so's that depth there from Carlos. Carlos with a runaround forehand. Forehand cross court from Jannik-Sinner. Carlos on the defense, on the stretch. Jannik going in behind Carlos, but it's not going to work. Carlos now attacking. Jannik attacking. Is that going to go over the net? Oh my God! Carlos Alcaraz, take a bow. Unbelievable defense. Turned into attack. There is only one person on the planet who could have won that tennis point, and that man is Carlos Alcaraz. And he wins the first set by 6-4. OMG, indeed. Woo, says Trevor. That was just from a different planet. As Carlos Alcaraz takes a step towards winning his 3rd Wimbledon in a row. And his 6th Grand Slam title. No way that he won that point, says Snarehill. Yes way. Yes, Carlos Alcaraz. Hell of a rally indeed. As we see that subscriber count tick over, let's have a look at some of the stats from that first set. To see where it was won and lost, at least in terms of the stats. We know how it was won and lost in terms of the eye test. We saw that. So, just having a look at some of these stats. 44 minutes on the clock, 6-4. Alcaraz winning that set in 44 minutes. The likelihood to win, though, is only representing 52%, but I'm sure that needs to be updated after Carlos winning that first set. Interestingly, Jannik in attack 25% of the time, so a little bit more than Carlos at 20%. Aces for Carlos, 2. 0 aces for Jannik-Sinner. That's a bit of a surprise across a whole set of tennis. Of course, Jannik was up an early break, but did cede that. With a bit of a loose service game, I would suggest. But the way Carlos won it there at the end was just sensational. There was a double fault in the midst of all that, but the final point was out of this world. And that one double fault, by the way, is the only double fault that Jannik-Sinner committed in that set. Okay, we've got Matthew here, which is great to hear. I'm going to bring him forward. Matthew, you can just talk through this game. I will just stay with you for a few minutes, but you talk us through this game, and I'll just keep quiet until we get to the end of the game.
Well, there's no way that first set ended that way, is it?
I know. Wild.
That was amazing set of tennis, and just the way it ended was ridiculous. So here's Alcaraz going to serve to start. Oh, and he served a double fault, hasn't he?
Indeed.
How are you today?
I'm fine, Matthew. Fine. I'm going to stay with you for this first game, and we'll see how this pans out, and then I'll share my thoughts at the end of it. But yeah, you talk us through the points, Matthew.
That's just an unbelievable set of tennis. Here's Alcaraz at love 15 off the double fault, and he misses the tee here as we start the second set. Glad to be on here. This is just a momentous occasion as the second serve is into the backhand of Sinner, which he shoveled back. Good depth on the return, and Alcaraz can't get that back. And now it's love 30 here to begin the second set. Alcaraz served huge in that first set. There were times he was getting to numbers that I'm not sure I've seen him get to on serve. Love 30 here, though, that he's got to dig himself out of Alcaraz, and misses that first serve. Unbelievable occasion here in this final. And boy, the quality of play has lived up to the hype as into a rally here at Love 30. Alcaraz, deep backhand down the line, Sinner. Oh, and Alcaraz has put that forehand into the bottom of the net, and Sinner is going to start this second set with 3 break points here. And a chance for Sinner to immediately get in front to start this second set after being in control of the first set, getting the opening break, and then losing serve twice down the stretch. Here's Alcaraz at Love 40, serving to the forehand of Sinner, which is blocked back into the net. So Alcaraz able to save 1 break point. We know that he is able to dig himself out of Love 40 in majors against Jannik Sinner. I'm sure all the Sinner fans love being reminded of that so often. 15-40. Alcaraz serving out wide. Misses there. Sunshine beaming through center court here. As on the second serve, Alcaraz toss up, serve down. Forehand replied from Sinner was sharp. Backhand from Alcaraz changes direction from Sinner, who blocks it back. Drop shot from Sinner as Alcaraz, drop shot from Alcaraz rather, and Sinner stumbles. It's the second time he's done that, and Alcaraz gets to 30-40. So now twice Alcaraz has come up with a drop shot, and Sinner trying to get to it, spinning his wheels beyond the baseline, has stumbled down. So 2 break points saved here by Alcaraz. Can he get all the way home here? Alcaraz at the near end, 30-40. High ball toss, serve down, backhand reply from Sinner. Forehand up the middle from Alcaraz was short. Sharp forehand from Sinner. And Alcaraz has missed that forehand into the deuce court wide, and Sinner claims an opening game break to start the second.
Matthew, that is Carlos Alcaraz all over in the last 4 minutes. We've just seen him sensationally win the last point of the first set. Hence, he went up to 1 set to love with just some incredible athleticism. And then we just see him for 3 points. That's all it took for him to go Love 40 down. Interestingly, neither player took a break. In a way, Carlos probably could have done with Jannik walking off court to take a 5-minute break. So he could just sort of also mentally reset. Normally we see the player, of course, that does lose the set often go off court. But maybe Carlos didn't do him any favors by just going straight into the second set. And I think those first 3 points, he was just mentally not quite there. And that's enough. Now, he was there for the next 3 points and he ended up losing it. But by Love 40 down, you're already in big trouble. Anyway, I'm going to let you talk through the rest of the set. I'll be backstage throughout.
Oh, boy, and Alcaraz has just pulled the string brilliantly with a forehand winner up the line. We are seeing some amazing shot making, and thank you again, John, as always. I agree with you, though. I do think Alcaraz would have been better to have just taken a moment to just digest and absorb what had just happened in that first set, the way it ended. Now, Love 15 after Alcaraz just hit that forehand winner. He struck it at 81 miles an hour, that forehand up the line. Sinner looking to consolidate here straight away to start the second. Goes big on the first serve and misses. That first serve percentage wasn't as great as he would have liked it to have been in that first set, Sinner, especially as the set went on, it seemed. Here's the second serve into the backhand of Alcaraz, but that return has just been looped long. It's 15 all. Glad to have everyone with us in the chat section. Thank you, Jake. My love is reciprocated. As we are seeing just the most magnificent of at least starts to this final. We've had some great Wimbledon finals in the past. Sinner serves out wide. Alcaraz makes the return. Backhand by Sinner. He wants to come to the net, and Alcaraz has passed him. Sinner wasn't to the net quickly enough. And Alcaraz passes him as he forks that backhand cross-court at a tremendous angle. It's the 14th winner already that Alcaraz has struck. And he's got 15-30 here. Now, I think a lot of us thought that coming in, breaks of serve would not be easy to come by here. We saw 3 in that first set, already 1 to begin the second. And Alcaraz is into this game at 15-30. Here's Sinner. Serving up the middle and missing again. He's got to connect more on these first serves. You'd have to think. As we close in on the hour mark, we're almost to the point of where we were yesterday when the match ended. As here's the serve to the back end of Alcaraz. Cross court from center. Sliced into the net from Alcaraz. That's a big moment there, and it's 30-all. I think at this point yesterday we were at 6-love, 5-love. Not that today. Not even close. Quality of tennis today already through a set and a bit has been spectacular between these two in a sport that is defined and has been defined for all these decades by its great rivalries. This is the next great one. 30-all. Sinner serves up the tee. Alcaraz makes the return with the backhand. Sinner comes up with a drop shot. It's not great. Alcaraz gets to it, stashed up the line. And then Sinner tries to put it back door, but the backhand up the line drifts wide, and Alcaraz has a break back point. Oh, Darren Cahill looks on with not the best look on his face there, as now Alcaraz with a chance to break right back here at 5:15 in London. The new tradition, of course, starting this final at 4 p.m. Thank you, ESPN, for that. Tradition means nothing these days, don't you know? Sinner facing a break point. Big serve out wide. Alcaraz shovels that return long, and Sinner is able to stave off a break point, and it's deuce. Yes, we've forever and always started these Wimbledon finals at 2 p.m. local time. But not this year, because ESPN just paid millions upon millions of dollars for broadcast rights in the U.S., and they want to start it later. Gotta love it. Deuce here. Sinner serves out wide, clips the chalk. Alcaraz somehow makes the return. Sinner with an off forehand, and Alcaraz stumbles to get to that, throws up a lob, which Sinner pounces on and gobbles up with an overhead winner. And we have seen both players lose their footing a number of times here at the baseline. Alcaraz did there, was able to pick himself back up and hoist that lob high up into the sky. Sinner makes no mistake on the overhead. Now has fought off a break point, now has a game point to consolidate the break. Where will he go here? As the Italian tosses up, serves down, up the tee, clips chalk again. Alcaraz blocks it back, cross court, the forehand by Alcaraz, by Sinner, hit it right to Alcaraz, but Alcaraz can't control it, and it floats well long, and Sinner consolidates the break for 2-love. So, Sinner gets on the front foot here to start this second set, but Alcaraz, as we know, can have these lapses in concentration, but can get it back so quickly. Ghosty, thank you, says, if John starts getting too British, just talk over him. But yes, John made a great point with the just needed a few minutes after that set. Oh, as ESPN cameras very late to getting to that Alcaraz serve, and Alcaraz coming to the net has missed an overhead that he should have put away easily. It's love 15. Alcaraz at the royal box end of center court. Toss up, serve down, up the tee, misses. As the sun shines brightly through, as this very warm fortnight finishes that way, as the second serve clip, the let cord did fall down just inside the line. Very humid today as well, much more humid than it normally is. As Alcaraz's second serve is to center cross court, knifed back by Alcaraz. Great backhand up the line from center, opens up the court, and Alcaraz stashes that forehand into the net, and it's love 30 here. And Sinner is eyeing a double break lead out of the gates. Feel free to remind the Sinner fans a few times every 15 minutes or so, says Ghosty. Thank you. Alcaraz serves out wide. Sinner makes the return. Backhand up the middle, Alcaraz. Sinner shovels it back. Alcaraz goes cross-court with the backhand. Slice back by Sinner, straight up the middle. Picked up by the Spaniard. Cross-court from Sinner again. Another slice backhand from Alcaraz. Picked up by Sinner once more. Alcaraz goes with the slice backhand. Sinner gets to the forehand. Cross-court from Alcaraz. Sinner somehow defends it back. Now Alcaraz with a drop shot. Sinner will get this one, and Alcaraz cuts it off with a drop volley. Sinner somehow gets back to it. Oh, but his chest twirled the backhand wide. Incredible point again between these two. I don't know how Sinner got to it and wrapped it around the post. Oh my gosh. And just missed it wide. Just want to see these two play all the time. 17-shot rally. We had an 18-ball rally earlier in that first set where they were just hitting the cover off the ball. Alcaraz at 15-30. Big first serve. Blocked back by Sinner. Alcaraz with a squat shot. Sinner comes in, and that was just bouncing low off the grass, and Sinner can't pick it up. Backhand is into the net. It's 30-all. They should just... Like I said, you just want to see these two play all the time. It is amazing stuff. Alcaraz has erased Love 30 here to get to 30-all, much needed. Now here he is serving up the tee. Tremendous serve at 134, and Sinner can only flip that return back, and it's long, and Alcaraz gets to 40-30. Double break would feel like a pretty tall mountain to climb, although he did break the Sinner serve twice in that first set. He's done well here to keep from falling 3-love back. Big serve out wide again, and that's an ace. He's pounded it out at 138. Alcaraz is serving just huge on this huge occasion. And he does hold for 2-1 in the second set of this Wimbledon final. It is great to be with everyone here. And huge thanks to John for reaching out and having me on here for this second set. I am thrilled to be here. And thrilled to be seeing. Now, I was just thinking a moment ago if Sinner got to 3-love, to be here for a set, and it'll be 25 minutes. But Alcaraz is held, so maybe we will get a bit of a longer set. That first set, what was it, 43 minutes? Something like that. I'm already losing it on how long that first set was. Anyway, it was just a tremendous set. Just catching up on the comments here. Let's see. Hot take. The next big rivalry will be Lerner Tien and João Fonseca, says Ghosty. Well, that would be great to see. Everyone's on the João Fonseca bandwagon right now, for sure. No doubt about that. Jake, toss up, serve down, honestly hits like crack cocaine. Oh dear. I'm glad that I am I'm glad that I can create and conjure up good emotions. Sinner serving up a break at 2-1. Ghosty says, I like Chris Evert's red dress. Okay, yeah, she's in the royal box. Sinner serves to the forehand of Alcaraz, and he's just splintered that wide. Ghosty says, can I just say how much love the variety these two dudes are showing us? Flat, top, slice, drops, angles. Yeah, it's just all over the place. It really is. 15-love, Sinner at the royal box end here. Goes off the let cord, ricochets into the service box. The fanning still going around from the fans here that are directly in the sun on the sideline. First serve from Sinner. Goes out wide, misses, goes too big at 135. These two players that have combined to win the last 6 majors. Serve out wide, Alcaraz makes the return. Guided back by Sinner deep. Alcaraz picks it up. Cross court from Sinner. Alcaraz defends it back. Flat forehand there, too flat. And into the net from Sinner. It's 15-all. So you have these two, like I said, that have combined to win the last 6 Grand Slam titles, 3 each. Sinner has each of the last 2 Australian Opens plus last year's US Open. Alcaraz has won the last 2 Wimbledon titles. He's trying to become just the 5th man to three-peat at Wimbledon. You might have heard of the other 4 that have done that: Borg, Sampras, Federer, and Djokovic. 15 all serve up the tee. Heavy serve. Alcaraz makes the return back in up the middle from Sinner. Too much for Alcaraz to control. It's 30-15. Ghosty, have you been to Please, I wish I've been to Wimbledon. See, me and planes have a extremely complicated relationship, as in the fact that I don't like to be on them. Maybe someday, as Sinner misses that serve out wide. We had the big 3 for so long, and big 4 if you include Murray, which you have to, as Sinner has hit that tremendous serve, and now a huge forehand that Alcaraz defends back, and Sinner slides into the net and puts the volley into the net. I don't know how he's figured out a way to lose that point, but it's 30 all. But you had the big 4, which just dominated this sport for such a long time. You get the feeling that now, this generation, it's just the big 2, and it's these 2. A lot of people felt this was Djokovic's best chance to get number 25. I was a part of that, but just didn't have anything for Sinner on Friday. Big serve here misses. It's 30 all. Sinner up a break here in this second set. At the Royal Box Inn, tattoos that second serve to the backhand of Alcaraz. Cross-court the backhand, Sinner, good depth on it. And Alcaraz has swung that backhand long, and Sinner has a game point at 40-30. Yes, hopefully someday I can get over the plane thing. But the way we're going, every night you turn on the news and there's something going on with planes. We're not trending towards me getting on one very soon. Now Sinner at 40-30. Toss up, serve down, out wide. Alcaraz, sharp return on the backhand. Slice back by Sinner. A slice cross-court backhand from Alcaraz. Picked up the line by Sinner. Long looping forehand. Alcaraz, cross-court. Sinner gallops to it, but then swats a forehand wide. Well, you talk about the angles. They were being used all over the place there. Get a protractor out, because the angles there were incredible. And Alcaraz fights it back to deuce. Tremendous picture. Oh my goodness, it explains all of us. Sinner facing some pressure points here, up the break. At deuce, serves into the net. Yes, airplane. That tremendous movie. So you've hit both right there. You've explained how we're all feeling, and you've hit the airplane. Very good. Backhand return Alcaraz. Forehand ripped by Sinner. Defended back by Alcaraz. Another big forehand by Sinner into the ad court corner. Alcaraz somehow gets to it and lobs it up, and it lands wide, and Darren Cahill gets to his feet there as Sinner has a game point. Oh, Ashley, thank you very much. Happy Championship Sunday to you as well. Thrilled to be on here. This is the first time I've ever been on for a final. Feels really exciting. Just the excitement of the moment and the tension of what we're feeling here is just great. Alcaraz very frustrated after that last point, and now something has happened on Sinner's side of the court. The chair umpire just looking and pointing at something. There was a ball that had just gotten away, it looks like. Ball has been retrieved. And now here's Sinner with a game point for 3-1. Taking plenty of bounces of the ball here. Now here he goes. Falls into the service motion. Big up the tee. Alcaraz gets it back. Big forehand cross court by Sinner. Alcaraz gets that back somehow too. And the backhand stashed wide by Sinner. These two throwing haymakers at one another. Now Ghosty comes in. Thank you, Ghosty. Inspired by Ashley. So that's an assist to Ashley. That's an assist and a goal. 2 points for Ashley. And Ghosty comes through. Oh, boy. Sinner at deuce. Serves out wide. Alcaraz makes the return. Sinner with a drop shot. It's landed softly. Alcaraz gets to it. Now Sinner to the net. And he just uses a golden spatula to backhand that up the line for a winner, putting it behind Alcaraz. That drop shot from Sinner, well, like a butterfly with sore feet, right on the line. Changed direction at the last moment from Alcaraz. Still was able to just stash it over. And Sinner goes to the back door. This is the longest game we've had so far. It's into its 8th minute. Can Sinner close it out this time? Connects on the first serve into the body of Alcaraz, and that return flutters and floats long, and Sinner has held for 3-1. Feels like a big game right there. Still the difference, of course, just the one break, but Sinner able to fight through and get to 3-1 here as he looks to even up this Wimbledon final. Still a long way to go, however, in this second set. Well, these two just marvel at how they play and how they play each other, because it really is tremendous to watch. They're good friends. They're very friendly with each other. Alcaraz serves here to the center forehand. Off forehand winner from Alcaraz. Serve +1 for 15 love. Alcaraz has hit 15 winners. I make that 16 after that last one. 16 winners now for Carlos, who hit 15 love. Serves out wide. Sinner shovels the return back. Alcaraz to the net. Sliced it up the line. And Sinner nearly gets to it, but ends up swinging and missing. And it's 30 love. Yeah, Iga able to maintain her perfect record in slam finals yesterday to 6-0 after she won 6-0, 6-0. See if Carlos can do the same. Nice to have you with us here. As that big serve out wide, kicking away at 113 is an ace for 40 love. I've just been so impressed with how well he's serving here, Alcaraz. He has dropped serve twice. But boy, he is clocking the ball. And that time, just perfect placement and movement. Serves here up the tee, and did it get a piece of the line? No. Second serve coming here. Straightforward service game for Alcaraz. See if he can finish it. He does, as Sinner has put that forehand into the net. 130 miles an hour, the Alcaraz serve. He holds for 3-2. As we close out this fortnight at Wimbledon, think about what this fortnight has represented. We have seen so many upsets at the very start. And still, despite all the upsets, you had Iga Swiatek, and yes, I know the seeding was 8, still one of the best players in the world, maybe the best women's player in the world, take home the title yesterday, and then the 2 best player on the men's side contesting this final. So despite all the upsets, still we have gotten great quality throughout this championships, and can't say that we had a great final yesterday. We had a great performance in the final. Unfortunately, especially for Amanda Anisimova, just not competitive in any way possible. I called that match yesterday, and after, 57 minutes, thinking, well, what am I supposed to do now? I blocked off 2.5, 3 hours here, and we haven't even spent a full hour. Sinner set to serve at 3-2. Imagine Sinner and Iga doing the Wimbledon dance. Could happen. Sinner serves out wide. Alcaraz makes the return. Forehand up the middle from Sinner. Up the line goes Alcaraz. Sinner somehow defends that back. It's blocked back by Alcaraz, but it's into the net. It's 15-love. Ghosty says, Ashley, you are John Stockton to my Karl Malone. Oh, wow. Stockton and the mailman. Got to 2 finals in 1997 and 98 and ran into the buzzsaw that was the Michael Jordan-led Chicago Bulls. As Sinner at 15-love. Toss up, serve down, up the tee. Alcaraz makes the return, backpedaling forehand. Cross court is wide from Sinner, and it's 15-all. Jake says, I've got 8 pounds to last me till payday on Tuesday, but after that I'll buy DK all the drugs and alcohol he needs for his hard work. $15-all here. Sinner up a break in this second set at the near end. Toss up, serve down. Goes long on the first. See, now you've made the comment about toss up, serve down, and now I keep reverting to it. Serves here out wide. Alcaraz, sharp return. Forehand up the middle from Sinner. Running around the backhand to hit the forehand Alcaraz. Sharp cross-court forehand from Sinner. Short ball Alcaraz. Sinner pounces on it off backhand. Up the line goes Sinner. Steered back cross-court by Sinner. Alcaraz shovels it back, and Sinner goes big, too big on the forehand up the line. He's missed it. It's 15-30. Incredible rally again. These two... I said it earlier, it's just haymakers being thrown at each other. This is a proper fist fight, and by the end of it, it very well may be a bare fist fight to the end, just as it was in Paris. 15-30 serve up the tee. Alcaraz, no, cannot make the return. That just leaks long, and it's 30-all. Just to clarify, I don't do drugs, says Jake. Just alcohol. It was just a joke. It's just a joke, everyone. Hi to everyone joining us here. Middle of the second set of this Wimbledon final. Just enthralling. Carlos Alcaraz, as you can see on your screen, took the first set 6-4. Incredible flurry to finish as Sinner goes big up the tee on the serve. Alcaraz twirls the return back, long looping, and misses the baseline. 135, the serve from Sinner. Just trying to stay ahead by the break that he got to open the game, open this second set, opening game break. Here he is, Sinner. Serves to the backhand of Alcaraz, who makes the return. Knifed back up the line by Sinner, who now goes with a big forehand off the let cord, and it dies over on Alcaraz's side of the net. Sinner throws up the apologetic left hand, but he has held for 4-2. Stays with a nose in front in this second set. Jake says, tennis is my drug, as is 45-year-old women. Well, as long as we feel like we can be open and honest here. Very good. Ghosty says, Sinner serving better, but losing more of his first serve points. This tells me Alcaraz is winning mainly from the field and not the line. Well, they went 5.5 hours just a handful of weeks ago in Paris. Who's going to have the guts and the gall to go the distance here today? Alcaraz with an ace out wide, kicking away, sliding away from Sinner at 111. Fourth ace from Carlos, who serves here out wide. It's a let. We're at 1 hour 17, for those of you wondering at the moment. Of course, because of the time change of the final this year, we could go into the night where the roof may have to be closed. You never know. If it goes 5.5, they'll have to deal with that. Alcaraz serves. The fought-off return from Sinner is well long, and it's 30-love. Yeah, a lot of spammers in the comments I've noticed. John doing a great job getting them out. I see a huge number of people watching. Glad to have you on for this epic, epic final as Alcaraz hits his 5th ace of this final. That at 110 gets him to 40 love. Not playing around these last couple of service games is Carlos. Here he is serving at the Royal Box end, goes up the tee. Sinner makes the return up to the net with a volley. Sinner, and Sinner gets to that Alcaraz drop volley and squeezes a backhand down the line for a winner. And it's 40-15. Alcaraz just lackadaisically hitting that volley. Yeah, Alcaraz serve botting. Yeah. Who thought we'd be saying that today? Serves out wide. Does Alcaraz here and misses. Trying to just hang in here, staying in the fight in this second set. Second serve up the middle. Sinner makes the return somehow. Alcaraz wasn't expecting that. He picks it up. Off forehand from Sinner. Shoveled back into the net from Alcaraz. Well, that was just an awkward placement for Sinner's return to drop right on the line with the backhand in the deuce court corner. It's 40-30. Sinner just adjusting the ball cap. Here's Alcaraz at the Royal Box end. 40-30 serve. Goes huge with it and hits the net at 136. Hello, Nerlin. Glad to have you with us here. Second serve from Alcaraz out wide. Has he missed that? He has. It's a double fault from Alcaraz to get us to deuce. It's the third double so far. So back to deuce. Ghosty with a really good question that I'll respond to after this game because I think it's a very intriguing question. As here's Alcaraz into the net, serving at deuce. Second serve is into the net again. Wow, so he's come up out of nowhere here with a couple of doubles in a row, and Sinner with a break point. Alcaraz just 3 of 10 in this set. Points one on his second serve. Back-to-back doubles. And Sinner with an opening to take a double break lead and really waltz away with this set. Alcaraz has missed 4 straight serves, and now he's missed 5 in a row as that first one misses the back line. Here's the second. Puts this one in, and Sinner's return is into the net. That second serve at 100 miles an hour on the dot from Alcaraz. And Sinner's return just punched into the net. Breakpoint saved from Alcaraz. And it's just, again, these moments where you see Carlos just not sure if it's the concentration wavering or what it is. Oh, and now comes back on the chalk down the tee at 139. That's an ace to get him back to a game point. It's just really strange to see someone so talented have the ups and the downs. Talked about all the sets that he's dropped in slams this year. Serves out wide, it's tremendous, and Sinner can't get it back. Well, Alcaraz comes through after 2 really terrible double faults with back-to-back amazing serves. Stays within 1 break. It's 4-3. Sinner here in the second. Okay. Ghosty asking, if a third guy arises to compete with Alcaraz and Sinner in the coming years, who would you like it to be? So I know this could definitely be construed as American bias, but I really would love it to either be Fritz or Shelton, because I think both of them just have such fun games to watch, and particularly Ben Shelton, who is huge and has the big serve. But he's not just that. I truly believe Ben Shelton is going to grow in to really an all-around terrific player that's not, just a serve bot. And I would really like it to be one of those two. Fritz feels like he's so close to a breakthrough. And like I said, Shelton, I just love watching Shelton the way he plays. So I would really like it to be one of those two. I guess that's a twofold answer of we get an American man back playing. It's been a long time. It's been a long time to have an American man as Sinner serves out wide. Alcaraz blocks it back. We're into a rally here. Sinner with a backing up the middle off forehand there from Alcaraz is missed long. Do you think Fritz wins the U.S. Open this year? It's so hard because of these two that we're watching here. That's what makes it terribly difficult to say that. I hope he makes another big run. I really do. Sinner serves out wide, clips the chalk. Alcaraz defends it back short. Off forehand, Sinner goes to the back door and strikes a winner. It's 30 love. Let's see. Kumar says, Matthew, be realistic. None of those two realistically are going to be on the... No, I think you're right. I don't think you're going to get those two to be on the same level as these two consistently. But can you get one of those two to be at the level of these two for one tournament? I think you can. Alcaraz, great return, somehow chipped that back. A Sinner went huge, and now we're into a rally. Alcaraz lines up a backhand up the line into the deuce court, but it's just missed. And it's 40 love here to Sinner. Yeah, can we not talk about the strawberry pasta? The strawberry pasta. I love strawberries. I love pasta. I just don't think I'm putting those two together. Sinner 40 love, points for 5-3, and he's there with a big serve up the tee. Alcaraz unable to swat it back. Sinner at 5-3. What did she say? It's strawberries and pasta with, did she say Greek yogurt? And maybe something else. I just can't get behind that. I just don't think I can get behind that. Alcaraz serving to stay in the second set now at 3-5. Alcaraz at the near end. Kick serve out wide is just a beauty. 111 and just spinning away from Sinner the whole time. It's another ace. 7 aces now for Carlitos. Average length of rallies right now is 3.5 shots. That's what's just been flashed in front of me. Alcaraz misses the first serve. Here's the second. Oh my gosh, and he's... Oh, what a second serve that is. It's an ace on the chalk at 95, ricocheting away from Jannik Sinner. Good gracious. It doesn't always have to be about pounding the ball at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And gosh, he's got the chalk again with that serve. Wow, another ace. 40 love, backline chalk flying in the air. He's just serving extremely well right now. He's got 40 love. Serves here to the forehand of Sinner, who makes the return. Drop shot from Alcaraz is into the facing of the net. See, Ghosty's comment there. He said, I'm going to say it. Carlos has the best second serve in tennis. I don't think it gets talked about nearly enough how great of a server he is. We talk about everything else that he does. Serves here. Alette. trying to make Sinner serve this set out, which he will do. Yet another ace, spinning away from Sinner at 113 out wide. Alcaraz getting to number of aces that we don't see a lot from him here. So they'll change ends, and Sinner will serve for this second set here in the Wimbledon final. It has been a thrill to be with you guys for this second set. Like I said, I've never been on here for a slam final, so this has been tremendously fun. See if this set closes out here with Sinner, or if Alcaraz can get a break, which he has not done in this second set. But before I do head out, just hope everyone enjoys the rest of it. It's going to be really hard not to enjoy it by the way it's going. And of course, unless you are an Alcaraz or Sinner fan. When you're a fan, it's not as much enjoyable as it is stressful. I know all about that. Everyone loves the Stanley Cup playoffs and March Madness, and yeah, it's absolutely lovely until your team starts to play, and it gets very stressful. So Sinner serving to get to a set all here in this Wimbledon final as he's trying to deny Alcaraz of the three-peat. Sinner serves out wide and misses. Could not shoehorn another human being inside this court, the world's greatest tennis court. Serve, Alcaraz makes the return. Cross court, the backhand Sinner. Slice back by Alcaraz. Off forehand from Sinner. Backing up the line from Alcaraz was terrific. Sinner rushes to it. Alcaraz to the net with a volley. Oh, Sinner got to it! Oh, my goodness! And stashes away a cross court backhand winner. Tremendous! How in the wide world of sports did he get to either one of those, racing to get to that sprinting forehand and then somehow to get to the drop volley and have enough time to pick a place and hit the mark, passing Alcaraz for 15 love? That was absolutely tremendous. As we strike 90 minutes in this final, Sinner at 15 love. Toss up, serve down, up the tee. Alcaraz blocks the return back. Off forehand, Sinner steered back cross court by Alcaraz, and into the net goes the Italian with the backhand. It's 15 all here. As I'm sure you have probably heard already over the last couple of days, it's the first time that the same two has contested the French final and the Wimbledon final in the same year, since it was Roger and Rafa. Up the tee goes Sinner and misses. Here comes the second serve now. Not yet. Ball gets away from a ball kid in the back, scooped up very quickly. Now Sinner, second serve, kicks it out wide. Alcaraz is all the way out of the court to make the return, and then Sinner throws his body into a cross-court backhand and sprinting to get to it, Alcaraz, but he can't put it back in play, and it's 30-15, and Sinner's 2 points away from getting us to a set all. Well, we've seen perhaps the most uncompetitive, if that's even a word, slam final certainly that this generation's ever seen. I wasn't around for the 1988 French final. Steffi over Zvereva. But now we're just seeing the most competitive of gentlemen's final here. 30-15. Sinner, big serve out wide, misses. Second serve now. Into the backhand of Alcaraz, sharply returned, knifed up the middle by Sinner. Big forehand up the line by Alcaraz, and Sinner has somehow just ripped a forehand winner up the line, and now with a couple of set points. A Sinner stinger at 92 miles an hour on the backhand winner. A forehand winner, I beg your pardon. Set points now for Sinner to even up this Wimbledon final. Sinner with a confident stare. Body serve that Alcaraz blocks back. Sinner picks up a forehand. Cross court goes Alcaraz. Up the line, Sinner. Cross court the backhand from Alcaraz. Very good. Sinner somehow gets it up the line. Cross court again from Alcaraz. And Sinner, wow! With another tremendous winner. Sliding into the forehand and stashing it cross court at a tremendous angle. And Jannik Sinner has evened the Wimbledon final at a set apiece. 6-4, he takes the second set. And it's a best 2 out of 3 now in this tremendous Wimbledon final that we just are not going to be able to get enough of.
Well, Matthew. I mean, the way these 2 sets are finished with, Hollywood tennis from them, with Alcaraz, the way he won that first set. And now there were 2 incredible rallies in that final game, but even more so, I think, the last point of it. There were 2 or 3 moments which just took my breath away, and just another fantastic crescendo to a set. I agree with the way you said with the first point of that game was tremendous from Sinner to win it. But when I watched it as well, and Alcaraz does that volley at the net, he had 2 options with that volley. He could have gone in a big way and just put the ball away. He's pretty close to the net, and a sort of football terminology would be to put your foot through it, and a tennis one would be to put your racket through it. And I think it's probably what he should have done. By electing to just try and do that little drop volley, that dink volley, just gave Sinner a chance. Now, there's not many players on the planet that would have been able to run it down, never mind put a winner away. But anyway, that's me putting a negative spin on what was still a tremendous game. But Alcaraz wins that first point, and it goes love 15, who knows, love 30, and it has a different complexion. But listen, Matthew, thank you very much for guiding us through that second set.
Absolute thrill. Thrilled to be here, and I can't wait to see how the rest of it plays out.
Fingers crossed we get to see you again during the US Open as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Take care.
Yes, you as well.
Okay, so as Matthew sits back and enjoys the remainder of this Wimbledon final, I will now talk us through sets 3 and who knows, 4 and maybe even 5. But yeah, do let me know your thoughts in the live chat on what we've seen so far. I think it has had certain champagne moments, and they certainly can be celebrated. I think probably because of the surface, it probably hasn't had quite as many rallies and drama that we had in Paris. But don't forget, of course, it was really probably in sets 3, 4, and 5 when that final really elevated itself to the conversations that it since has had in terms of being one of the best, if not the best of all time, I think, in Damien's opinion. So let's see how this pans out. Alcaraz, by the way, starting this third set in a similar fashion to how he began the second. He's love 30 down on his serve. He went love 40 down and ultimately lost his serve to 30, and he never recovered in that second set. Now, this could be a huge moment in the match, having just lost the second set. I'll give it an 8, Gene, I think. Maybe even a 7.5. What about you? Let me know in the live chat. How many out of 10? Lovely 7 volley there from Carlos, by the way. Let me know in the live chat. Give us a follow on Instagram as well if you don't already do so, at Talking Tennis TT. Would really appreciate that. Plenty of content out there for you. And of course, click subscribe if you haven't done so already. And if you do hit subscribe right now, you will see that figure on the screen tick over to 8. And you will know that you have done it and you have made a difference. And you can do a little dance. By the way, it's 15-40 now on the Alcaraz serve. So we have 2 break points. Similar fashion to how we began the first set. Can Jannik really get his teeth into this match? Alcaraz there with a good serve. He's come up with some good serves today at various pressure moments, as he has done really probably throughout both the clay and grass court seasons. So he saves one of the break points. .30-40 here. So, how's this serve going to go? Huge moment in this match. Forehand here from Alcaraz into the forehand of Sinner. Sinner's going to go long on the forehand, on the defense, and on the stretch. So we're at deuce. There is more than one place to go. Gibt es mehr als ein? Okay, aber nur ein. Okay, deuce. And now it's Sinner's turn to hit an unforced error. So we've got a game point here for Carlos Alcaraz. 3 points for Carlitos in a row from 15-40 down. He now has a game point. Yeah, it's been a few, hasn't there, from Carlos? But that's a nice serve down the tee. Ace again. Serve block. Carlos is in the house. Holds for 1 love. Let's have a look at some of the stats. Wow, wow, wow. Look at these stats. 11 aces for Carlos Alcaraz. 0 for Jannik Sinner. And a lot of those aces, by the way, from Carlos are all about placement. He's unbelievably managing to hit the lines. I've seen more chalk flying up than in a chalk factory. Make sense of that if you can. Double faults from Alcaraz, though, as you said, Gene. They are piling up. 6 from him and just 1 from Jannik. Both players getting over 55% of their first serves in. Jannik getting just a few more than Carlos. But Carlos is winning basically 79% of his first serves, but just 47% of his second serves. Okay. Let's get back to the most important stat of all, which is the fact that it's 1 set all. And Jannik Sinner is serving here. We're into a rally. Carlos here just hanging in, but he doesn't keep that backhand in, so it's love. It's 15 love. Sometimes, Ghosty, I talk to myself. I mean, I'm kind of talking to myself right now, in a way. I mean, I'm also talking to 173 of you across the platforms. Should we give us a bit of volume? Me, myself, and I. Forehand to forehand now. Lovely angle there from Carlos. Jannik keeps it in. Carlos keeps it in. Nice angle again from Carlos, and this time it forces the error. 30 love. 15 all, my bad, sorry. Alcaraz is bidding to become the 3rd youngest player in the Open era to win 3 men's singles titles. Becker did so at 21 years and 229 days, and Bjorn Borg did so at 22 and I think 39 days. Marcus, it wasn't difficult to supersede the women's final. Carlos hitting that return long, so 30-15. Two game points now for Jannik Sinner here to make it 1 game all. This match is finally balanced. 1 set apiece and on serve at the beginning of the second set. Shadow emerging, says Ghosty. Doesn't like to see the shadow emerging. So, 1 set all and 1 game all. Much more comfortable hold for Jannik Sinner than it was for Carlos Alcaraz. 28 degrees C in London right now, yeah. You ever been to London, Ghosty? One hour, 44 minutes on the clock. Almost 2 Swiatek Anisimovas. Or 104 Ben Shelton, Rinji Hijikatas. Oh, I thought that was going to land in. No, it didn't though. Love 15. Net points 1 for Sinner today, 14 from 21. Alcaraz 9 from 14. So both hovering around the 2/3 mark. Ooh, Alcaraz, Sinner putting that into the net. A little bit of regret there for the Italian, 15 all. Ghosty, you went to Italy last year. You neither told me nor Martina Trevisan. We've all got trains, Ghosty, but I'm not sure if they're all good. Wait till you come to Germany if you want to see what bad trains are like. And I mean, I'm talking about the reliability rather than the comfort. For those of you interested in what I'm consuming, it's a Radler, which is known as a shandy in the UK, maybe shandy in the US, I don't know. Panache in Switzerland, even in the German part, they'd call it a panache. I'm not sure if that comes from French. In Hamburg, they call it an Alsterwasser, the Alster being the lake in the midst of Hamburg. Trying to think what they call it in Spain. I've heard it called a Radler in Spain as well, but I should know. It's something like citron or clara, una clara, yeah. Yeah. The AI here helping me out. I'd forgotten what it was called. Okay, 30 all now on the Alcaraz serve. And once again, Carlos feeling a bit of pressure on his serve. Marcus here clearly supporting Carlos. Do get voting in our poll as to who you think is going to win, by the way. Nice +1 there from Carlos for 40-30. The devil wears Prada, I see in the crowd, a.k.a. Anna Wintour. Our subscriber count slowly ticking over. Please do hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Be right back, says Ghosty. Got to make a call. Alcaraz holds after Sinner goes long, and there's a Bamos there from Carlos Alcaraz. Even though she won love and love yesterday, there was a huge Yazda from Iga, of course, at the end of that match. Come on would be the sort of British translation. In Serbian, of course, they say idemo. In German, I should know, is it Auf geht's? Yeah, Auf geht's. Let's go. Off we go. Portuguese, I think it's very similar to Spanish, just vamos. So yeah, there's our subscriber count, just clicking over nicely to 18,639 wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. Well, I don't know that you're all wonderful. Maybe there's some horrible people in there, but I can't control that. But at least you've hit subscribe en route to being horrible. Jannik Sinner here tweeting, by the way, not during the match, I hasten to add, but a couple of days ago, saying what an honor it is to reach the Wimbledon final. Imagine if he did tweet that during the final. That would be quite amusing. Gene here saying he's just made a toasted cheese and tomato sandwich. Well, bon appetit to you, Gene. Do let me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And once I get a nice collection, I will read them out. So please, right now, everybody, write in the live chat where you are in the world, and I will read it out. Like a who's who of geography. Jannik Sinner win the first point on his serve. So far at the moment, Jannik is just pretty comfortable on serve and Carlos less so. Carlos already saved a couple of break points in this set. Keep them coming, those places in the live chat, and I will read them out. You don't have to be too specific. You can just say more or less what you are saying. Don't tell me your address. I don't want to know 37 Church Street, Ghosty, and the name of your village, which is probably Ghost Town, is it? You live in 37 Church Street, Ghost Town, Illinois. In addition to telling me where you are tuning in from, please as well hit that like button. And I will promise you I will read them all out in a moment. I can see I've got 4 people who haven't done so far, but I would like a few more before I read them out. Forehand winner there from Jannik Sinner, 40 love. And as I suggested, it's very comfortable for Jannik right now on serve. Just over a minute so far for this game. And you can see that Carlos is just trying to work out, how can I get back to where I was in the first set when I broke Jannik's serve twice? Because he was a breakdown, of course. Good to see some different weather updates as well. I can see plenty more now. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Once I get a couple more locations in the live chat, I'll go through them all. Second serve here for Alcaraz to look at. And Alcaraz misses the forehand there. So it's 2-all. I have no idea where Naboo is, by the way, Marcus. I'll read them out at the next change of ends, actually. It's a Star Wars location, Naboo, by the look of those things. That's a nice little joke there from Marcus. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Keep the locations coming. I'm in Germany. And at the end of this next game, I will go through them and say hi and welcome and all that other jazz. Okay. First serve from Alcaraz goes into the net. Remember, Carlos has been under a bit of pressure in his 2 previous service games, saving 2 break points in the first game and getting to 30 all in the second. So Jannik will be feeling pretty good about his chances right now. How patient is Carlos going to be? Well, he's pushing Jannik around here, and Jannik errs on the forehand side into the net. 15 love, as we see Leighton Hewitt in the crowd there, the 2002 Wimbledon winner. Went out in the first round the following year in 2003. I was there to see it. Losing, I think, in 4 sets to Ivo Karlovic. First player to lose at Wimbledon in, I think, almost 4 decades in the opening round. The first reigning champion to do so, I should say, at least on the men's side. Hola María. Si podrías pulsar un like y también suscribir y seguirnos, sería fenomenal. Drop shot from Carlos is not going to work. It's going to go into the net.
15.
Keep them coming. Keep the locations coming, please, in the live chat. And in a couple of moments at the end of this game, I will read them out. The subscriber count is just ticking over, little by little. How many likes do we have on YouTube right now, by the way? Nice +1 forehand winner there from Carlos Alcaraz for 30-15.
30.
1 hour and 53 minutes on the clock. Thank you, Maria. Okay. Once again, Carlos Alcaraz, 30 all on his serve. First service game of this set was 15-40. He recovered. Second service game of this set was 30 all, and now he's 30 all again in his third service game. No such thing as a comfortable hold for Carlos right now. And he's going to have a second serve here, Carlos, after missing the first one out wide into the deuce court. It's the ad court, which he's been doing really well on second serves today, getting out of trouble on a few occasions, but not the deuce one. Decent return from Jannik. Now it's big forehand from Jannik. Forehand again from Sinner. Backhand from Carlos. Forehand Sinner into the forehand of Carlos here. They're exchanging forehands. Lost a bit of momentum there, did Jannik, though, by hitting that shorter ball, and eventually he loses the point, and there's a clenched fist from Carlos Alcaraz as he gets to game point. Do get your locations in the live chat. I'm going to be reading them out potentially in a few seconds. 81 likes, Marcus. Let's get to 100 likes as well, please, on this video. And in a moment, I'm going to read out your different locations. So please write your location in the live chat, and I will read out both your name and that place. How exciting is that? Are you pumped? Sinner puts a return backhand wide. And there will be new balls for Jannik Sinner to serve within the next game, but he is 2-3. Okay, so I said I would read out some of these locations, and it's pretty cool what we have in the live chat. Got a couple of locations from Marcus, neither of which I'd ever heard of until I Googled them and then saw that they both appear in Star Wars. So thanks for that, Marcus. Okay, other places that we have seen in the live chat where people have been tuning in from. We've got Maria in Mexico City. Welcome, bienvenido a nuestro podcast o nuestro canal en directo. Okay, so thank you, Maria. And also I know you hit like and subscribe, so please do that. We've got Jay in sunny Toronto. William, who's almost a neighbor in Vancouver Island there. Juliet tuning in from Hong Kong. We've got Corbell in Idaho, USA. So welcome, Corbell. I've not seen you before, Corbell, so please do subscribe if you haven't already. Jean in rainy Cape Town and Snehil in Mumbai in India. So wonderful to have so many of you tuning in from so many different parts of the world. We've got Marcus as well, now finally admitting where he is. He's in Illinois in the US. I'm in Western Germany, in Bonn, the former capital of the old West Germany. It's near Cologne, not far from the Dutch and French border. Oh, wow. We've got Gerald here in Bamako, which I believe, if I'm right, Gerald, do correct me, but I think is the capital of Mali, right? We've got Adu in Ghana. So quite a few people tuning in from Africa. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sure you're enjoying this match as much as I am. And if you are enjoying things, then do hit the like button. And even if you're not enjoying things, you can still hit that like button. And of course, subscribe. And if you hit subscribe, you'll see this number tick over. We've got Diedra in Bali in Indonesia. I do hope you're a subscriber already. But if you aren't, please do hit that subscribe button. Okay, 30-15 here to Jannik Sinner here. 2-3, 30-15. We seem to have lost Jake, by the way, from the live chat. Jake and Ghosty, some of the legends of the channel, have momentarily disappeared. Ghosty said he's got to make a call and he'll be right back. Who needs this set more? Maybe Jannik. Maybe Jannik. Because he's just got a bit more momentum right now, right? I mean, he's the one who's won the previous set, and he could have had a double break in that previous set as well. He had chances. And he's also the one, until right now, the one who's been applying the most pressure to his opponent's serve. So he's just slightly on the up. And so to not win this set, I think, would be crushing. But the other element to my argument there is the 5-set scenario. Carlos has won 15 of his 16 matches that have gone to 5 sets, including, of course, the recent clash with Jannik Sinner. So they've actually also had, I think I've had 3 5-setters, the US Open, the French Open, and 2 at the French Open, of course. Last year's semi-final, this year's final. And they've all gone the way of Carlos. So you just think that Jannik would really need to get this done in 4 if he is to win this match. So yeah, that's my take on who needs this set more. But I mean, they both need it in a way. Game point here for Jannik Sinner. 2-3, 40-30. Gets his first serve in. It's a good first serve. He's on the attack. He's going to come into the net. Oh, a little tweener thing there. What's going on? Now he's going to get a smash. Is he going to miss that smash? I think he has. I would say that tweener, by the way, was necessary. Almost no tweeners are ever necessary. But I think that one was, because I think he just had to react to it, and it was going to go sort of towards his legs. And yet he still should have won that point with a smash, but he's put the smash wide. Well. Deuce. First deuce of this third set on the Jannik Sinner serve. Good serve down the tee. He's on the attack, is Jannik. Ooh, but Carlos read that and really probably should have got it back in play. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh on the Spaniard, but anyway, game point for Jannik Sinner. Okay. Ace, Jannik Sinner, 3-all. Clipping the line. Missed opportunity. Yeah, maybe, especially that. Yeah, a couple of moments there. I think Alcaraz could have maybe just done a bit better. Misses his first serve as well. So, second serve. I mean, the thing is, of course, if Carlos wins this set, then Jannik is going to have to win this in 5. So, oh, that's a lovely forehand winner there. Oh, no, it's just missed. Just missed. I thought that had clipped the line, but it hasn't. 15 love. quick look at the Twitter sphere. "30 love Alcaraz." So Alcaraz steadying the ship a little bit in terms of his serve now. Another good serve there from Alcaraz down the tee, and it's 40 love. 3 game points for the Spaniard. It's a nice picture here from the Wimbledon Twitter account. And it's an ace down the tee from Carlos Alcaraz for 4-3. Snehill suggesting that he thinks this set's going to go to a tiebreak. Yeah, might well do. How many aces is that for Carlos now? 13 aces across this match. (4-3). This was the point that Alcaraz won for the first set. Just nuts. So you're also feeling a tiebreak as well, Gene. Is that what I'm understanding? Well, we're on serve right now. I mean, Alcaraz did have to save a couple of break points in the opening game, but since then, we've had holds from both players without any break points. It was starting to feel as though Carlos, in the first couple of games, was struggling on serve and Jannik was comfortable. But that has changed slightly since then, from, say, 2-2 to where we are now. Whereas it's Carlos just getting a little closer on the Sinner serve. We've had a juice game, and now it's Carlos also holding pretty comfortably. You might be right, Gene. That might mean they can't comment, yeah. Nice smash there from Jannik Sinner. I don't know if I can change it midstream. I'm going to try. I might be able to. Wait. Just looking at the poll, by the way, we've had 777 votes in the poll, and 55% have voted for Alcaraz. No, 56%. It's just gone up just as I say that. That feels about right where we are right now in what we've seen. I mean, I did predict Sinner to win this match, but I also understand, completely understand why more people would go for Carlos than Jannik. 15-all as Jannik puts a backhand into the net. Let's see if I can make it participant modes. Subscribers, members, live commentary, approved users. Let's go subscribers. Let's see if I can do that. Yeah, looks like I can. So I've just done that now, Gene. So fingers crossed that might well work. Forehand here from Jannik. Has he missed that? No, he hasn't. He's just made it. Just another slip there from Jannik as well. Oh, that just got the outside of the line. So it's 30-15. King of Spain not hiding his disappointment as that ball just clipped the line. Okay, 30-15 here, Jannik Sinner. Serve, out wide, backhand return from Carlos. Skims off the grass. That clips the line, though, from Jannik on a really good depth. Drop shot from Carlos is going to land, but Jannik's going to chase it down. Here comes the lob from Carlos. It's too good. It's just too good, and it's 30 all. If you're a spammer, but you're still a subscriber, maybe I need to accept them a bit more. Anyway, wonderful lob there. The marvel of a great lob is when the opponent just knows they can do nothing about it. Looks like it might not be working. I have just changed it, so it might be another minute or two before that kicks in. So we'll see if we continue to get that spam. We will have, of course, ATP Weekly coming up shortly after the end of this match. Well, it depends on when it finishes, but it will be later on this evening with Damien and Jack in the chair. Okay, 30 all here. Jannik Sinner. Second serve for Carlos Alcaraz to look at. That first set. First serve was pretty far wide. Nice serve there, though. Second serve as well. Close call. But it wins in the point. 117 miles an hour. No lacking in bravery there on that second serve from Jannik Sinner. Bearing in mind that if he'd missed it, it would have been a double fault. And it would be a break point for Carlos Alcaraz. Feels like a while since Alcaraz had any break points on the Sinner serve. Maybe not since the first set. Since the set point he had at the end of the first set, I'm going to say. Ace, Jannik Sinner holds 4 all. Still our subscriber count nicely ticking over. Hopefully our like button as well is being smashed. Are we at 100 likes yet on YouTube? If not, why not? Okay, Alcaraz to serve. First serve goes into the net. Second serve here for Jannik Sinner to look at. Just 84 likes. Come on, guys. Let's get to 100. Backhand here. Pretty good depth there from Carlos. Good depth again on the forehand. Drop shot, Carlos, but that's going to go out, is it, I think? That went into the tram lines there, that drop shot from Carlos. So it's love 15. Business end of this third set at 4 all. 4 all, love 15. Good serve there from Carlos, and it's going to help him win the point, 15 all. Full 15 all. Body serve. Decent, but Jannik dealt with it really well. And now he's on the attack on the forehand. He's going to have a tricky smash here. Doesn't put it away, but Alcaraz errs with the backhand. Sinner gave him a chance to get back in that rally with that smash. And Alcaraz didn't take it. Seal there once more being seen in the crowd. Would be great, Snehal. I think that would be a great idea. Ace, Alcaraz, 30 all. Yeah, of course it is, Snehal. I've been on their podcast a few times. I was on it in, I'm going to say, September or maybe a bit later, October last year. when they were in Valencia. We met up for drinks and I did a show with them. Okay, 30 all here. Crucial moments. Is Alcaraz going to have to save another break point like he did in the first game of this third set? Backhand return, clips the net. So another serve here. Okay, backhand return this time into the backhand of Carlos. Defended there, but he can't defend that forehand winner. We've got another break point now for Jannik Sinner, 30-40. Is Alcaraz's serve going to get him out of trouble once more? 30-40. Huge moment here in this Wimbledon final. 4-all in the third set. Jannik knows a break here and he'll be serving for the third set. Carlos misses the first serve down the tee. We know where he's going with this. Surely he's going to go out wide. I think he'll take a risk with it, which means obviously increasing the possibility of the double fault. Doesn't go out wide, goes down the tee. I don't know if he'll regret that. Sinner on the forehand. Alcaraz slips. Sinner puts away the volley. Checks to see if Alcaraz is all right. But the biggest damage to Alcaraz right now is that his serve has been broken. And Jannik Sinner is going to serve for the third set. And with the trademark swing of the racket. We'll take a quick break. And when I come back, we'll see out the remainder of this set.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
All things tennis, ladies and gentlemen. 15 love here, Sinner, as he's trying to serve out this set. It's been a while since he had to save a break point. Double fault from Jannik. Is he going to have trouble serving out? He served out the previous set really well. Alcaraz looks very frustrated, says Gene. Yeah, I think he was a bit frustrated with how, he slipped for that last point in his service game. But I don't know. I think to me he looks okay right now, composed. Oh, but it's not much you can do about that serve down the tee. So 30 love. $30-15, sorry. $30-15. Sinner in the zone right now on his serve in terms of getting his first serves in. Smash there from Jannik Sinner. And it's going to be 2 set points for the Italian and a 2-1 lead. I said Sinner in 4 before this match began. "46 minutes and 30 seconds for this set. About 2.5 hours for the match so far. He's in the zone, Jannik Sinner, and he holds and wins that 3rd set. So he now leads by 2-1, ladies and gentlemen. If Alcaraz is going to win this Wimbledon title for a 3rd time in a row, he's going to have to do it the hard way and in 5 sets. But if anyone can, Carlos can. Let's have a look at some of the stats from the match thus far. This is not just the previous set. This is the match as a whole. Sinner, by the way, really getting in the zone right now in terms of his serve. Once he hit that serve, I think it was an ace down the tee at 15 all, I thought, okay, I think he's going to do a couple more big serves and it's going to get him over the line. And sure it did. So 2-1, he leads 4-6, 6-4, 6-4. There is an interesting stat about the person who wins the first set in the Sinner Alcaraz rivalry. I know that Carlos won the first set in Rome recently and went on to win the match. But if we look at the previous or the other 11 matches, Jannik won the first set in the French Open. Carlos wins the match. Carlos won the first set in Beijing. Jannik wins the match. No. Sorry, Jannik wins the first set in Beijing. Carlos wins the match. Jannik wins the first set at the French Open in 2024. Carlos wins the match. Jannik wins the first set at the Indian Wells, also in 2024. Carlos wins the match. Miami, 2023. Jannik Sinner wins the first... Sorry, Carlos Alcaraz wins the first set. Jannik Sinner wins the match. Umag, 2022. Carlos Alcaraz wins the first set. Jannik Sinner wins the match. So there's quite a few, not all, but a good 60 or 70% of the people who win the first set, do not go on to win the match. Maybe that ends up being the case again today. We'll see. You might be right, Snehal, and I did call it before the match began. We will see. 15 all here on the Alcaraz serve. I mean, it's been a while now. Pretty much. I mean, you could even say that for 70% of the match, I mean, okay, he's leading 2-1, so you'd imagine this. But even for bits of the first set, Sinner was the better player. Obviously, goes up an early break. That break comes and goes, and then Alcaraz ruthlessly takes the set when Sinner's serving to stay in it. By the way, in terms of the stats that I was going to talk about, Jannik Sinner now has 7 aces on the board, which is a bit of a race because I think he was at 0 for quite some time. 72% likelihood that Jannik Sinner wins this match now. I wouldn't rule Carlos out, that's for sure. Jannik Sinner in attack 33% of the time compared to 20% from Carlos Alcaraz. 7 aces for Jannik Sinner and 14 for Carlos Alcaraz, but also 6 double faults. He has stopped the bleeding, at least in terms of the double faults, has Carlos. Lovely forehand winner there from Carlos, +1. Carlos also getting a few more points on his second serve. But first serve in from Carlos at 54%. I think he'd like that to be over 60. But it's Jannik who's garnering all the break points. Look at that. He's had double the number of break points to Carlos. Carlos holds, by the way, for 1-love. Total points won right now is Jannik Sinner 93, Carlos Alcaraz 92. Now, that is skewed slightly by Alcaraz serving first in this set. So, you know, we'd assume that if Sinner holds here, that points margin will go back in his favor. Do hit that like button. And of course, if you are new to the channel, please hit subscribe. Second serve here for Alcaraz to look at. Interesting, the ball landed in the box of Carlos Alcaraz. So it was collected there by Juan Carlos Ferrero, his coach. Miss-hit forehand from Alcaraz. Goes long. 15-love. Yeah, I think a few of you, me possibly included, thought that last set was going to go to a tiebreak. But Jannik is in the zone now in terms of his serve. Jannik first serves in 63%, but it's creeping up. Carlos 55. So an 8% differential there. And he's got another first serve in there that Carlos can't deal with. Carlos is going to have to do something here on the Jannik serve. Maybe take another step back. I don't know. If not an entire step back, maybe just half a step back. $40-love, 3-game points for Jannik Sinner. Gets another first serve in, and it's a drive volley winner, and it's 1 game all. I'm telling you right now, Jannik Sinner is in the zone on his serve. Trends indeed are not rules, Gil, as you highlight there, but all 5-set trends suggest Sinner needs to close this out in 4. I couldn't agree more. But I think he will. I really do. I said Sinner in 4 before the match. I'm repeating that, of course, right now. He's just serving too well. That even though Carlos is serving pretty well, he's just not getting close on the Jannik serve. Jannik puts that backhand long. Maybe Carlos just got to hang in there.
Please, ladies and gentlemen.
Second serve here for Jannik Sinner to look at. Double fault Carlos Alcaraz. So that's 7 now for the match. I was praising him for stopping the bleed in that department. Good return there from Jannik. And it's 15-30. 15-30, ladies and gentlemen. Some anxious looks on the faces of the fans. Second serve here as well now for Jannik Sinner to look at. Carlos under so much pressure here. Decent return from Jannik. Now it's on the forehand of Carlos into the forehand of Jannik. Forehand Carlos. Backhand goes long. One thing I will say, I haven't seen too many drop shots from Carlos today, possibly because they haven't been working. I recall a few times when on the few occasions he did do the drop shot, didn't win the point. Decent return there from Jannik. Forehand to forehand right now. Backhand from Carlos is from Jannik is too good. 30-40. Break point. Jannik Sinner. Remember, Carlos has won the last 5 matches between these two, but the only time that they've met on grass and the only time they've met at Wimbledon, it went the way of Jannik Sinner in 4 sets in 2022, a 4th round clash that I was at. And it's going to be a second serve on this break point for Jannik Sinner to look at. Lovely return from Jannik Sinner. And he breaks. 2-1. He leads. Change of ends, ladies and gentlemen. And Carlos Alcaraz is in a desperate need for a change of fortune as we take a break.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
All things tennis indeed. And remember that differential I told you about in terms of getting the first serves in that was getting wider and wider? The last time we checked, it was at 8%. It is now 12%. Because Jannik Sinner's got his first serves in 65% of the time. And Carlos Alcaraz is at 53%. I'm telling you now, Sinner in terms of his first serves is in the zone. And has been for a good 15 minutes, which is not helping Carlos's case at all. Okay. Sinner, another first serve lands in. Carlos can barely get a racket on it. Sinner wins the point, 40 love. It's the biggest difference right now is that serving zone thing that Sinner is in and Carlos is not. Yeah, you might be right, Snail. I don't rule it out, obviously, as we get closer and closer to the title for Jannik. Look at that, another first serve. I mean, how many first serves is he getting in? It feels like 90% at the moment. Carlos puts the backhand long and Sinner holds to love. I'd love to know from the last sort of 3 or 4 service games what Sinner's stats are in terms of first serves, because they just all seem to be landing right now. Here's the poll, by the way. Maybe Snehal, but maybe not. But he might get it with the way these two players are serving. So the thing is, with the way Jannik is serving as well, it just means that Carlos is just constantly under pressure on his serve. There's an ace down the tee from Carlos. But he's got to start making an impression on the Jannik serve. Alcaraz there is going to win that point with the open court on the backhand side. So it's 40 love. Could be a couple of quick holds. (40-15). Good serve from Alcaraz there. No. Second serve. 40-15. Alcaraz there hesitates coming into the net and gets punished. 40-30. Okay. So what seemed like a comfortable service hold a moment ago now is a bit of pressure here for Carlos, who's a bit despondent, I would say. More than angry, just a bit despondent. Maybe just not quite sure how to get out of this hole that he's in. Down 2-1 on a break. He is serving first in this set, meaning that Sinner's not quite that far in front, at least in terms of the scoreboard. Second serve now at 40-30. As I say, the Carlos Alcaraz first serve stats. Remember, it was just getting wider and wider. It's now at 14%, the difference between the two. Alcaraz nets on the backhand side, and it's deuce. Because it doesn't feel like either player is doing anything in play that is massively different. It's not like Sinner's ripping returns or Alcaraz is erring on one side or the other. It just feels that difference in terms of first serves landing in. Deuce. Alcaraz misses the first serve. Second serve here for Jannik Sinner to look at. Backhand return is decent. Backhand from Carlos. Backhand from each player now. So you see Carlos is into a 50-50 rally on his serve so often. And you're just going to lose too many service games like that. Ooh, I thought that was going to land in from Jannik, but it doesn't. It goes long. So it's game point for Carlos Alcaraz. 2 hours and 38 minutes on the clock. Yet to have a tiebreak in this match. Lovely serve down the tee from Carlos. Now he's on the volley. Now he's at the net, and Jannik can't pass. 3-2. So it is a break advantage, but it is just one game for Jannik Sinner in this set. Let me know your thoughts in the live chat. Sinner possibly needs a double break, suggests Snehil, whilst Gene suggests Alcaraz needs to break back right now with the way Sinner is serving. Yeah, he needs Sinner to falter. That's the problem. He needs Sinner to falter in some way, shape, or form. $18,644 subscribers. Thank you very much for hitting that subscribe button. If you haven't already done so, hit subscribe. Also, hit the like button as well as we head towards the end of this match, potentially. We might yet go to a fifth set, but Alcaraz is going to have to make his move pretty quickly. Okay, 3-2, Sinner serving. Out wide. Second serve here for Carlos. Here we go. This is as good as it gets right now. Forehand return from Carlos is pretty good. And Sinner misses that forehand cross court. Love 15. This is what Carlos needs. He needs, in this service game, 2, 3, 4 second serves from Jannik, and he needs to take advantage. Another second serve here, he'll be thinking, please. I don't think he's going to get it. He does, though. Jannik now with his radar, maybe just that was a moment where he was in the zone for those 3 or 4 service games. He's going to get this second serve. Get yourself to love 30 and you've got a hell of a chance. Backhand return from Carlos is decent. They're into the rally here. Forehand netted there from Alcaraz. 15 all. Well, maybe this will be the game, Snehil. We've had 2 second serves here, but we are only at 15 all. 2 second serves. Alcaraz would like to be at love 30. I mean, 2 first serves, and he'd like to be at love 30 as well, but, you know, you catch my drift. Ramage here is seeking a 4th set tiebreak. You might yet get it. But the first serve is back. Down the tee, ace, 30-15. Okay, Jannik Sinner here serving, 30-15. Second serve here for Alcaraz. It's the 3rd one from 4 in this game. Oh, it's a good body serve there from Jannik Sinner, and Alcaraz couldn't deal with it. 40-15. 2 game points now for Jannik Sinner and a 4-2 lead, and a step closer to his first Wimbledon title. His 4th Grand Slam, of course. He's won 2 Australian Opens, 1 US Open last year. And he's seeking his first Wimbledon title. 40-15, 2 game points for 4-2. Where are you going with this serve? You are going to go out wide and miss. So this is the game, really. Alcaraz getting 4 out of 5 service here, and it's going to be second serve. Backhand return from Carlos is decent, but not good enough, in my opinion. But Jannik goes long. Close call, but it is long. 40-30. But normally, Carlos would have to do a lot better on that return. I'm thinking of the returns he was doing in that Wimbledon final in 2023 against Djokovic. And in so many of his matches throughout that run to the Wimbledon final in 23. Oh, that must have been close. He's missed another first serve, has Jannik. Can Carlos get to deuce and apply some pressure on the Jannik serve? Cool, chalk flies up. Sinner not taking a few risks on his second serve, and as a result, he's on top of this rally. Oh, it's going to clip then. Oh, lucky Jannik. Clips the net and lands in, and Sinner holds for 4-2. Even the net is against Carlos right now. So, Sinner, Alcaraz here serving at 2-4. Down the tee, backhand return from Jannik. Down the middle of the court right now. Jannik getting some good depth on this. Cross court here, backhand to backhand. Now it's on the... Oh, but Carlos goes long on that backhand. Love 15. Love 15. Are we at 100 likes, by the way, on YouTube? Snehel, pretty sure there's still a twist to come. Enrico here saying Temple Bar is fantastic. Good to know. Jannik nets. Oh, it's going to be a second serve. Sorry. Into the rally here. Carlos on a spot of bother. Forehand from Jannik Sinner is going to go long, though. 15 all. $100 likes. Woo, woo, woo. Andre Agassi smiling. Well over 200 people watching now on YouTube. And statistically, 70 or 80% of you will not be subscribers. So please hit that subscribe button. Wonderful. 30-15 here on the Alcaraz serve. 2-4. Forehand from Alcaraz is going to miss, and he should be putting that away. Wasn't quite an open court, but was certainly pretty comfortable for Carlos. The king sort of looks down. King of Spain, that is. Indeed, yeah. Indeed. Do whack that subscribe button, by the way. Okay. Backhand from Sinner down the middle of the court. Carlos a bit tentative right now, knowing that his Wimbledon title stranglehold is on edge right now. Jannik feeling the moment, but puts that forehand into the net, and it's 40-30. Game point. Carlos Alcaraz. 18,648 of you have subscribed to this channel over the last 3 years. Let's keep going. Let's try and get to 20,000 as soon as possible. So if you're watching right now and you haven't subscribed, there is a button right below this screen. Just click it. Alcaraz comes into the net and he's going to hold serve 4-3. Well done, Carlos. Was in a spot of bother there. He's smiling, at least. He's still enjoying the occasion. It was something he said ahead of the match, was that he wanted to remember to enjoy the match and enjoy the occasion and have fun. I don't think he was having fun as Sinner was serving bombs and serving first serves non-stop for a good 20 minutes or so. This is how Carlos won that first set, but it feels like a long, long time ago in the way that this match has panned out. Sinner, of course, taken the second set, and he did so in style. Carlos, where's your belief at? Because Jannik Sinner is serving here at 4-3 in the fourth set, knowing that 2 holds of serve, and he'll be the Wimbledon champion of 2025. Serving up Carlos's first defeat at SW19 since 2022. And the person who did it then was Jannik Sinner in 4 sets. Last person to beat Alcaraz in a match of any sort was Holger Rune in Barcelona. That was quite some time ago. That was his only loss across the clay and grass court seasons. Anyway, Sinner here serving at 4-3. Gets his first serve in, but it's a decent return from Carlos. And as Sinner's going to go long, so it's love 15. Once again, Alcaraz winning the first point of the game on the Sinner serve. This time it was after a really good return of a first serve. Has Carlos unlocked something in terms of the first serve return? So, Sinner here serving. You'd imagine he'd go down the tee. Does. Carlos gets it back over the net, but he's on the defense. Sinner at the net. Sinner at the net, but he's going to win this point. Surely is Jannik. Carlos defending with all his life, but he can't defend that. 15 all. Okay. Sinner here serving 15 all. First serve goes into the net. Second serve for Carlos Alcaraz. It's a long time since he had a break point on the Sinner serve. Decent return there from Carlos. Miss hit from Jannik Sinner, and it's 15-30. Keep whacking that subscribe button, people. 15-30 here. On the Sinner serve. We've not had a break point, I think, since the first set for Carlos. He's only had 4 across the match. Can he get 2 more here at 15-40? I think he's gone long there, has Carlos, has he? No, it landed in. And Sinner has put the ball long. So we have got 2 break points for Carlos Alcaraz. Applause rings out from the King of Spain. 15-40 here. It's the first chance, really big chance, that Alcaraz has had on the Sinner serve for quite some time. Is Sinner going to respond with a couple of bombs here on the first serve? Maybe. Misses the first serve. Second serve, 15-40. If Alcaraz doesn't get back into this match, I think this will be a game that he thinks about, because second serve at 15-40. It's a good, aggressive second serve, though, from Jannik Sinner. And Alcaraz can't deal with it. 30-40. Tension must be pretty high for both players right now. And that was a brave second serve from Jannik Sinner there. No lacking in bravery, that's for sure. 30-40. Okay. Alcaraz trying to compose himself here. There's a bit of a gap here before Sinner finally serves, but here we go. 30-40. Jannik here. Gets the first serve in. Alcaraz gets the backhand return in. We're into the rally. Good depth there from Carlos. Forehand cross court from Carlos. Big forehand there from both players and too big from Carlos. And it's deuce. World number 1 against world number 2. Jannik Sinner is guaranteed to be world number 1 until at least Cincinnati. If he wins the title today, he'll be guaranteed to be world number 1 all the way through to the US Open and maybe beyond. So it's quite a bit at stake. Deuce, Sinner serving, 4-3. Misses the first serve. Second serve here for Carlos to look at. He's had a few second serves to look at. Backhand return from Carlos. Probably not good enough. He's got to be going bigger on these returns. Forehand to the backhand of Sinner cross court. Alcaraz can't deal with it on the stretch. Game point. Jannik Sinner for 5-3. How anxious is that box of Jannik Sinner's? We saw how anxious his mother was. There she is. With the Gucci sunglasses. No doubt courtesy of her son who has a deal with Gucci. Anyway, Sinner here. Game point for 5-3. Misses the first serve. Second serve here for Carlos. Wow, what a huge second serve from Jannik Sinner. And it helps him hold. Some big, big, big second serves from Jannik Sinner there. One down the tee, catching Carlos by surprise. And he gets it, and he holds. Those second serves, I'll tell you, they're like first serves. As I said, no lacking in bravery there. And now, Carlos Alcaraz is serving to stay in this final. Alcaraz serve volley, something he's not done too often today. It's a really good volley, needed to be. Decent return from Sinner that. But it was a good volley from Alcaraz and it helps him win the point, 15-love. Wow, 300 plus, 320 people watching right now on YouTube. Please hit that subscribe button and watch that figure that you see on the screen right now tick over. All of you right now who've not subscribed, 3, 2, 1, click subscribe and watch that jump up, 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 up. Into the rally here. Alcaraz can't defend, 15 all. 15 all here on the Alcaraz serve. Jannik Sinner is 3 points away from his first ever Wimbledon title. 7:15 local time. Remember those match points, though, that he had in Paris just a few weeks ago. Oh, how he'd love to get his revenge here. And he's going to get a second serve as well to look at. Alcaraz serving here. Second serve, 15 all. Down the tee, backhand return. It's going to go long, is it? Just long, I think. 30-15, Carlos Alcaraz. Wow, wow, wow. Alcaraz to serve, goes down the tee. Decent serve down the tee, but Sinner deals with it pretty well. Sinner goes big on the forehand. Good defense there from Carlos. He's going to have to defend again. There's a volley there from Jannik Sinner. He's feeling super, super confident right now. He's playing with house money on this Alcaraz serve, knowing full well he's going to have another chance to serve this out. But right now, Jannik Sinner is 2 points away from the Wimbledon title. His fourth Grand Slam overall, but it'll be his first at SW19. Alcaraz needs to compose himself. He's 2 points from losing his crown that he's held over the last 2 years. Alcaraz serves into the backhand of Sinner, but it goes into the net. Game point, Carlos Alcaraz. Whew. 40-30. Well over 300 people watching on YouTube right now. Please hit that like button. And click subscribe. Okay. Alcaraz serving here. Out wide. Comes in for a serve volley. Something he's not done too often today. But that's too good from Carlos. Wondering if he should have done more serving and volleying today. Hold serve to the relief of his team. They're going to sit down now. And Carlos Alcaraz clenches his fist and looks towards his team. Bit of a menacing look that from Carlos as he remembers just a few weeks ago in Paris when he was serving to stay in the match. In the fourth set, he goes love 40 down. Didn't happen today. He went to 30 all. But still, Jannik Sinner then had a chance to serve it out and didn't take it. It's a bit of a different kettle of fish, a bit of a different situation on the grass where it's even more difficult to break than it is on the Parisian clay. But can Jannik Sinner serve this out? In the live chat, I want you now to write in the live chat. I just want you to write yes or no in the live chat. Will Jannik Sinner serve this out? I'm going yes. Please write yes or no in the live chat right now. And we'll do a quick straw poll as to whether we think he's going to serve it out. I think he is going to serve it out. Yes, says Jean. No, says Gerald. Keep them coming. Yes, says Lighthouse Hospital or Lighthouse Grace, whatever. Snail says yes. Pete says yes. Juliet says yes. Gerhard just says, I hope so. Well, Mehdi saying, no, this is going to a tiebreak. Well, we're about to find out. Let's get the score back on the board, shall we? Because Jannik Sinner here is serving for his first Wimbledon title. Here we go. 5-4, he leads. First serve is in. Decent return from Carlos. Carlos is into the rally by doing well. Now it's on a runaround forehand for the Spaniard. Backhand cross-court from Jannik Sinner. Forehand from Carlos Alcaraz. Here, backhand Carlos Alcaraz. Forehand from Jannik Sinner. Forehand cross-court from both players right now. Jannik really now under a bit of pressure because, but Carlos has missed on the forehand side. 15 love. William Laurie going yes. Tariq going yes. Well, he's a step closer. 15 love. Jannik Sinner here, 3 points away. He's been 2 points away already at 30 all in the previous game. But right now, he's on serve at 15 love. The perfect start for this service game. 3 points away. Remember, he's had match points in Roland Garros a few weeks ago. Didn't take them. Went on to lose the match. But I feel as though he's going to do it here on the grass. Derek also thinks so too. Okay, Jannik Sinner, where are you going with this serve? You are going to go into the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. Backhand here from Jannik Sinner, +1, 30 love. He's 2 points away, ladies and gentlemen. 2 more points. It feels like it's out of Carlos's hands in terms of he needs some second serves to deal with. 2 bombs from Sinner, and there'll be very little Carlos can do about it. Where's he going with this? I think he's going to go out wide. No, he's going to go down. He's going to go down the tee. Going to go down the tee. No, he does go out wide in the forehand. Forehand from Sinner coming into the net. He's going to put the volley away. I think he is. Carlos is not going to get that. He does, but he's not going to get that surely. No, he's not. 40 love. 3 championship points for Jannik Sinner. 3 championship points. There was no twist, Snehel. At least there hasn't been thus far. Unless Carlos somehow pulls an iron from the fire like he did at Roland Garros. 3 championship points for Jannik Sinner here at Wimbledon. Good chase from Alcaraz, but not enough. Gerald says he's heartbroken, but it's not quite been done yet. Okay, where are you going with this serve, Jannik Sinner, for your first ever Wimbledon title? You're going to go long. Second serve here for Carlos Alcaraz. Alcaraz, remember, has to win the next 3 points, or Jannik Sinner is the Wimbledon champion. Carlos Alcaraz's crown is hanging by a thread right now. Sinner, second serve. Where are you going? Into the backhand of Carlos. It's a good backhand return, and Jannik Sinner next on the backhand side. 1 championship point saved. 2 to go. Keep hitting that like button, by the way, people. And please keep subscribing as I get close to losing my voice, as it goes to a high pitch there. Once you hit subscribe, you'll see that number tick over. But the only number that Jannik Sinner wants to see tick over right now is the one that will indicate that he's the champion of Wimbledon for this year. Here we go. Jannik Sinner serving. Down the tee. It's a good serve, and it's won him the Wimbledon title of 2025. Jannik Sinner, hands on head. Carlos Alcaraz is the runner-up this year at Wimbledon. They embrace at the net. Carlos Alcaraz congratulates Jannik Sinner, who, wow, what a mental giant Jannik Sinner is, recovering from the loss, the cruel, heartbreaking loss that he had at the French Open just a few weeks ago when he had those championship points come and go. He also lost to Bublik, of all people, in Berlin recently as well, in a warm-up event for this. He's banging that grass. He loves it at SW19. One Wimbledon final, one Wimbledon title. Seal there is congratulating the Jannik Sinner team. Surreal is how that feels more like. And now, is Jannik Sinner going to climb into the crowd and do the usual? Remember, of course, Rafa Nadal doing that so memorably all those years ago in 2008. Well, this term, though, it's Jannik Sinner's turn. Interestingly, the Roland Garros account there. Jannik Sinner is a Wimbledon champion indeed, winning 4-6, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. Let's talk through the match, shall we? Sinner breaks. I mean, he's the better player for 90% of this match. Let's say that at least. He was better player for parts of the first set that he lost. But unbelievably, Alcaraz breaks back and then wins this point. How he did that, I will never know. It's kind of immaterial right now, but he won that point and won the first set. However, Jannik came fighting back. And in fact, the way he won it, by the way, the way he broke, the way he won it, by the way, with some incredible athleticism and speed and shot making, was taking the breath away. This match didn't quite reach the heights of the Roland Garros on a consistent moment or on a consistent basis. There's the surreal seal hug for Jannik Sinner, by the way. Clearly an invite from Jannik today and amongst his fans and his supporters there. So Jannik Sinner, anyway, wins that second set in that manner, memorably so. But now Jannik turns the screw. Turning the screw on his opponent in the fact that Carlos couldn't live with him, particularly in terms of the serve. In sets 3 and then the beginning of set 4, Jannik went into overdrive and was getting so many of his first serves in. Carlos, on the other hand, was not getting his first serves in. And that was a huge moment. We saw that percentage just eking more and more in favor of Jannik as he was getting more and more first serves in and Carlos was not. And Jannik took that third set and also broke early in the fourth. But then there's obviously the scenario where Jannik's got to hold on. He's up a fairly early break. He does go 15-40 down on his serve in one of those games towards the end of the match. But Carlos wasn't able to break there. Jannik holds, and that was enough. When he's serving it out, he gets to 40 love with some great shot making. He doesn't take it on the first chance, but he does on the second. And as I say, rounds out the match. 4-6, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. Alcaraz is not able to repeat the Bjorn Borg feat of back-to-back channel slam doubles. He did it last year and then won this year in Paris. But Carlos Alcaraz loses his first Grand Slam final on the 6th occasion, just as Jannik Sinner lost his first Grand Slam final in Paris. Something had to give there, and it did. 3 hours and 4 minutes for this match, by the way, as we go through some of the stats here. Carlos Alcaraz loses the match with a backhand forced error. Yes, it was forced for sure. Anyway, stats, attack. Are we ready? Okay, maybe I'm not going to be able to get them. 100% likelihood of Jannik Sinner winning this match. Well, indeed. Okay, so stat attack. Look at that. Sinner in attack 33% of the time compared to Carlos 20%. As I said, Sinner was the better player through 90% of the match, I would say. Alcaraz, by the way, still serve botting at times, 15 aces. 7 double faults from Carlos. There was a stretch of the match when he threw in a few too many double faults, I would argue. That first serve in, by the way, gap got to about 14 or 15% at one point. It did narrow to 9 in the end. But 53% first serve in there from Carlos. That's a big difference. Carlos, I can just see him on my screen staring into the distance. He'll be back for more, for sure. 3 Wimbledon finals now for Carlos. 2 wins and 1 loss. But Jannik Sinner, as I said at the beginning of the match, I predicted Sinner to win in 4. Carlos Alcaraz losing at Wimbledon for the first time since 2022 when he lost to Jannik Sinner in 4 sets. I was at that match.
It's time now for the trophy presentation.
Trophy presentation time.
Singles final. Please welcome onto centre court Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales, patron of the All England Lawn Tennis Club. Her Royal Highness is accompanied by Debbie Jevons, Chair of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, and Sandy Proctor, President of the Lawn Tennis.
Total points won, by the way. Jannik Sinner 125 to 113 for Carlos Alcaraz. Alcaraz didn't really garner many break points during that spell of sets 2, 3, and then up until midway through set 4, when he finally did get a couple of break points there. Sinner was threatening the Carlos serve quite a fair bit in sets 2, 3, and 4. But still, fine margins. We'll have the trophy presentation for you in a moment. In the meantime, do hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. That's the first time, of course, that Jannik Sinner has beaten Carlos Alcaraz since Beijing 2023. There was a run of 5 matches in a row that went the way of the Spaniard, but Jannik has broken that trend right now. He'll also be pleased that it didn't go to a 5th set today, because I think if it had done, there would have been a very warm favourite and given Carlos his 5-set record. Amy Lundy here tweeting, of course, Sinner with the trophy. Well, he will be with the trophy in a moment. The umpire right now, it was her first time umpiring at Wimbledon. Indeed, Mario here. Jannik Sinner is the Wimbledon singles champion. What a moment for the Italian. Carlos Alcaraz right now walks up to collect his plate. Thanks the princess and holds that runner-up plate aloft. I think he's handling it quite well. He did look a bit despondent. A few people in the live chat were saying he was quite angry sort of midway through the match. I would just say a bit despondent. Didn't really know what to do as Sinner was just dominating on the serve. Didn't really know how. I suggested just a sort of half a step back to return, or perhaps a full step forward. One of those two things might have changed things a bit, but who knows? Jannik Sinner now with the trophy. Scott here tweeting, Grigor Dimitrov really could have won Wimbledon, eh? I'm not sure, because he would have still had to win that 3rd set over Jannik. And then obviously have to go through Djokovic and potentially Alcaraz as well. Carlos first.
Such a fantastic final out here. You were up against such a formidable opponent in Jannik today.
Didn't quite hit the heights of Roland Garros this final, in my opinion, of course. But, I mean, very few matches have in history.
It's difficult to lose, you know. It's always difficult to lose, even if it's in the final. But, you know, first of all, I just have to, you know, congratulate Jannik once again. And he just congratulations to you, you know, every week. So it's It's a really well-deserved, trophy. Unbelievable 2 weeks here in London for you, playing a great tennis. For your team as well. I know that a lot of family, a lot of friends flew you up to watching you here in the final. So it's just an amazing team around you. Just really happy for you. Keep it going, and I'm just really happy to be able to build a really good, relationship off the court, but then a great rivalry on the court that made me even improve every day. So thank you very much. And congratulations.
And despite the loss today, you must be incredibly proud of the season you've had. 5 titles, you went on a 24-win streak, you added another Grand Slam title here in Paris as well. You must be so proud of what you've achieved this grass court season as well.
Yeah, just really, really happy, really proud about everything I'm doing. At the beginning of the season, I struggled a little bit on the court, off the court, but then suddenly I just started to bring joy on the court again, be happy again, and that excitement that I have every time that I step on the court. Thank you to my team, to my family, a lot of friends. I have the lucky that I have them here. Without them, it wouldn't be possible to stand here right now, to play a great tennis, have a lot of joy in the court. So it is a great journey so far, which I'm really, really proud about. So I just want you to keep going, and just want you to keep bringing joy in the court, and just have to say thank you to them as well.
And I hope we see you back here.
Absolutely. It's for sure. I'm gonna be back. As I said many times, Wimbledon is one of the most beautiful tournaments, if not the most beautiful tournament that we have, on tour. I just feel at home every time that I come here. Such a beautiful court. I love playing here. I love playing in front of all of you. The atmosphere, it is insane. Every time that I play here. So I just had to say thank you, and I'm gonna be back for sure.
Well, we are really looking forward to that. Carlos Alcaraz, ladies and gentlemen. Well done.
There we go. Carlos Alcaraz accepts. Oh, is it?
To leave without saying that. I just have to say thank you, to the King of Spain to coming here for support. For me, it's just an honor having you in the stand supporting, flying here towards the finals. So I'm just really grateful, and thank you very much for coming. See you guys.
Thank you, Carlos Alcaraz.
So Alcaraz there accepts his runner-up plate, and now it's Jannik Sinner's turn to hold that trophy and
Congratulations, Jannik.
give some words.
So hard for this victory today. The first Italian to ever hold this beautiful trophy. Just sum up your emotions right now.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. First of all, and I would like to start with Carlos. Again, an amazing tournament, but mostly thank you for the player you are. It's so difficult to play against you, but we have, as you said, an amazing relationship also off the court, and on the court we just try to build up, and then for doing that we need the best teams in the world, and also you have the best teams. So keep going, keep pushing. You're gonna hold many times this. You have already two, so. It's so special because seeing my parents here, my brother, my whole team, it's amazing. Actually, a special thanks to my brother because there is no Formula One race this weekend. That's why he's here.
Jannik, just describe for us all what you put yourself through, both physically and emotionally, to get your hands on this trophy.
Yes, I would say mostly emotionally, because I had a very tough loss in Paris. So but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how you win or you lose. The especially important tournaments, you just have to understand what you did wrong, trying to work on that. That's exactly what we did. We tried to accept the loss and just kept working. And this is for sure one of the reasons why I hold this trophy here. And I'm just so grateful that I'm healthy, that I have great people around me, which is the most important part. And having this trophy with me means a lot.
And how were the nerves on that final point?
Yes.
The final point is silly. I think it's more about the final game, really.
Last game, actually, I served very well, so I'm very happy about that. I had some tough moments here on this part of the court again before, but you know, best of 5 they can be so crucial. Every moment can change the match, so I'm very happy that I hold my nerves, and yeah, so it's an amazing feeling.
Absolutely. And just finally, how was it having to avoid the champagne cork that came onto the court? Have you ever had to do that before?
No, only here in Wimbledon, but that's exactly why we love playing here. So it's a very expensive tournament, also.
And of course, you're going to be an honorary member of the club. You can come.
Do get some questions in regarding this match, and I'll try and address them at the end.
Well, I hope that my career is still a little bit longer, and then after I can come back here. But no, it's amazing, you know, to be in this position. We were talking actually before the match. We would never have thought to be in this position. And back in the days when I was young, this was only a dream of the dream, because it was so far away where I'm from. So it's all I'm just living in my dream. So it's amazing. And one of the last things I would like to say, I would like really to thank my team and everyone who came here for this special day. It means so much to me. You give me so much emotions on and off the court, and we try to keep pushing and trying to become a better tennis player, but mostly a better person. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. And the last thing I would like to say, thank you so much for all the ball boys, ball kids. It's amazing to have you. I know you're working very hard and to make our life much easier. And the last thing, thank you so much for all the support throughout this couple of weeks. It has been amazing, and see you guys next year. Thank you.
Your new Wimbledon champion, Jannik Sinner.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So, I did say I'll just come to the live chat one last moment if you have any questions regarding this, but I'll also talk some bigger picture stuff now. Of course, it is 5 Grand Slams for Carlos Alcaraz and 4 for Jannik Sinner. Carlos has won 2 Wimbledons, 2 French Opens, and a US Open. Next year, of course, in Australia, he will be once again trying to go for the career slam. Jannik Sinner now has won on 2 of the 3 surfaces. He's obviously won some hard court slams, and he's also won now on the grass at Wimbledon in 4 sets. A prediction I made, by the way. I said he would win in 4. I had some reasons for that, which I laid out ahead of the match. And one of those was obviously knowing how well he can serve, and he served very well today, serving up a treat for himself, his fans, and of course none more so than for his mother, who went through the mill last month in Paris, as did Jannik, of course, in terms of those match points that came and went. But wow, what a recovery for the Italian from that devastating loss to this wonderful win. But although this match never quite hit the heights of last month's French Open, and it was never likely to, it still had some special moments, particularly the crescendos to sets 1 and 2. From that moment onwards, though, it was all about a serving masterclass, I feel, from Jannik, and just maybe not quite from Carlos. Yes, there were some great kick second serves out wide in particular, but as that first serve percentage dipped and ultimately dropped to 53%, whilst Jannik's always stayed above 60, it was looking less and less likely that Carlos was going to make an imprint on that serve. Yes, there was a little moment in that fourth set when it looked like Carlos might be able to break back, but ultimately wasn't able to do so. And Jannik served it out with aplomb. And yeah, it was so cool there, serving it out to 15 as he did. Bigger picture stuff. Jannik Sinner will be favourite at the US Open. He's the reigning champ there. Carlos hasn't been in the US Open final since 2022 when he won the title. 23, he lost in the semis to Medvedev, and last year losing early to Botic van der Zandschulp. So Carlos has got some rights to wrong there, or wrongs to right, I should say, perhaps. By the way, I've got a nice here German post. Congratulations to the winner for his first Wimbledon title, says Jobadan there, regarding Jannik Sinner's title. Anyway, yeah, thanks for joining me today, and we'll see you all again soon. And you're going to get a reminder, of course, to hit that subscribe button and all the other jazz. But it was wonderful here. Derek, at the US Open, it was a few years ago. By the way, I didn't get any questions regarding Sinner and Alcaraz bigger picture, but 5-4. The slam race has well and truly begun, but this stream has come to an end.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.